in 15 minutes from NASA, and my university like collaborates them a lot. So I can go to the observation deck, and they've
Hmm.
shot lasers at the moon, and we measure
Uh-huh.
the distance that it takes to come back. That's how we
Uh-huh.
can prove that there's laser reflectors on the moon. So
Okay.
I mean, like you can do this yourself, by the way. Tons of students do this. You can
Hmm.
have your own laser system, aim it at the moon in a certain uh, coordinate field, and
Uh-huh.
you'll get it back. You can measure the distance. That's how you measure the time it takes. You can measure how far the moon is from Earth and everything using
Uh-huh.
the laser distance. So,
And that proves that we've been to the moon, right?
well, that's one line of evidence. I mean,
All right. Well,
that's a pretty damn good one.
what about us actually
Wait.
going
So
to the
so I guess
moon in
like
real life?
how did the laser reflectors get there, such that we know their exact position if we didn't go there?
Here's my thing. I think they just got it. They got it to a way where you feel me.
Nicole,
It
thanks
just
so much
looks
for the
like it.
So,
$6.66 on Venmo. I appreciate it,
All right,
Nicole.
that's what
W
I think.
Nicole in the comments, and
is that the
if anyone
same
else
thing
wants to
as
support
Caitlin?
me
I'm
financially, the
sorry.
Venmo is allegedly dash Ian, or if anyone wants to like support the stream, allegedly dash Ian on Venmo, and just allegedly Ian on Cash App. Thank you so much, Nicole. I appreciate the donation. I'm sorry, Matt. Please
No,
continue.
no, you're good, Ian. Sorry. No, I mean, but also, how do you explain the fact that we have a lunar orbiter that can take pictures of the sites that the various Apollo missions have landed at?
Wait, repeat that one more time, bro.
We have a lunar orbiter, which is like a satellite that can take pictures, that is currently orbiting the moon, and we can take pictures of the. I just okay. We can take pictures of the Apollo landing missions, and we can see the moon rover. We can see the landing orbiter. We can see all that. How do you explain that?
Now explain this. Folks getting pictures of stuff.
Really?
Yeah,
So,
he just thinks that people are lying. He thinks that every paleontologist is lying. He thinks that every astronomer is lying. He thinks that every like aerospace engineer is lying. He thinks that like every geologist is lying. He thinks that every chemist is lying. Like that's how
Nah,
he explains it.
not every chemist. Only
Well,
certain.
so if
I
you
don't
don't,
think
but
every
if you don't
single
deny
one. You
chemistry, then
can't
you have
put
to
words in my
answer
mouth, man.
for uranium carbon dating and why uranium carbon dating as a method says that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old.
You're right. Human beings are wrong, bro.
well,
Oh,
see,
so you just
Kaylin, I
think that
don't understand.
they're lying? You think that they don't know what the half-lives of these elements are?
Uh, yeah, because the whole point of the devil is to disprove if God is
Hold
real.
on, Kaylin.
That's his whole point,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah,
That's what I'm.
exactly.
That's
So you
my
think that
whole
every
point.
chemist is lying as well? Yeah.
I'm curious though,
Not
Kaylin.
every
Have
single
you?
one. Some of the ones don't know. They don't know if what they're doing is correct or not. My whole, just let me speak here, bro. My whole point is that the devil was kicked out of heaven, and he gave himself his own task of tricking everybody into thinking God isn't real. So yes, if the devil can prove if dinosaurs existed, then that means God isn't real because dinosaurs are older than Earth in the Bible. Then older than Earth is in the Bible. If the devil can prove that we can go out of space, he can prove that God isn't real. If the devil can put these phones with a bitten apple on the back, just think about that. A bitten apple. If the devil could put these phones in your hands
Yeah, this is the most intelligent Christian, by the way.
and keep
Uh,
everyone mindlessly doom
I'm
scrolling,
curious, Kaylin.
then
What did Genesis 3 say that Eve and Adam ate?
they,
Sorry, that's my cat. What does Genesis 3 say that Adam and Eve ate?
they ate from the tree of good and evil.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
what was the thing that they ate?
yeah, what was the thing that they ate?
Floored by the number of Christians who don't even know like basic facts about Genesis.
Yeah. All I want.
Because I'm young, I'm a human being, man. Let me check. It's okay for me to
We
have
can
to
just
look it
tell
up.
you. We can just
Hold
tell you.
on.
It's
For
not
you
an
to know,
apple.
Why would you ask me to look it up?
you claim to
Just
Wait.
know
tell me,
all
bro.
these things
Come on,
about
be real with
science
me.
and how we're being lied to, but yet you don't know what it like says in Genesis 3. I don't understand that. How'd you figure out all of science?
That
But you
doesn't
didn't figure out Genesis 3?
that wouldn't disprove what I'm saying. Me having to look
You,
something
well,
up.
yes, it would because
That's
Well,
so
it's the
the thing
third
is,
chapter of your book, so
it's commonly depicted as an
it's
apple, but
not
it
my
is
book. I
never
didn't write it.
claimed to be an apple. Thanks so much for
No,
the cap, Marco. I
that's my
appreciate
point.
it.
It's like you said
I'm not
apple.
saying what they ate was an apple. I said the back of the the logo on the back of your phone is a bitten apple.
Yeah, and
It
what's
probably
the
don't be
relevance of
exactly
that?
Yes.
What
What
does
is the
the
that
same.
point?
connect to? What is that symbolic of?
It's symbolic of the fruit of knowledge
So,
of good
so
and
if
evil
Apple
being
was a
ate.
kiwi instead, would you be saying the same thing?
If that, it didn't really matter. Yeah,
It
I would
Oh, really?
because it's a
So
fruit being
basically,
ate.
almost any fruit.
so the existence of fruit is just all a sign from Satan.
So basically, like a bitten
No,
tomato
fool.
is going to
It's
be
the fact.
the same
It's the
thing.
fact. It's the fact that it's right in front of y'all face, man. Come on,
Okay, that
man.
doesn't make any sense, but whatever.
Yeah, it's just it's like
It's right in
nonsense
front of y'all
rambling.
face.
Yeah.
I just look. I was telling Ian, me and you had a good thing going on at the beginning about infinity, about time, and about the knowledge of good and
Yeah,
evil
yeah. So
to
the
prove
problem
to
is you're
you
just
that
like a
God is
nonsense
real.
conspiracy theorist.
What do you? I'm not using conspiracy, bro. I just go off of what's in front of my
Mhm.
face.
Yeah, you're not using conspiracies. You just think that we've never been to outer space and that there's like a hard firmament and that we actually don't have satellites in space. We have them on the upper firmament and that the entire world is lying to you. But of course, no, you're not a conspiracy theorist. No, no, no.
Nah,
No,
never.
no, bro. It's because I mean it's obvious. We would have been back. We would have been back to the moon by now. Yeah, listen to
Really?
your head, man.
Why? What do we have to get from there?
Uh, Real proof.
Wait, so we don't
If we
just
were
do things
capable of
for
doing it back in the '60s,
we don't
why
just
wouldn't we
do
do it
things for
now?
proof. And the reason we did it back in the 60s was for the Cold War.
Real
The
proof.
purpose of the space race was to prove specifically that our missiles could hit Russia. We proved that by going to the moon.
Yeah, funny how you can go
Okay,
to like the
okay, and
space
now
museum in DC and like look at moon rocks and stuff. I mean, funny how that like turns up. But you probably think that's fake, right?
I mean we gotta go. We gotta go for the big fish, bro. I don't care about no moon rocks. Go to the moon.
Well, wait. How do you think we got the
To
moon
the
rocks? You think we just
moon.
like found them on Earth?
Yeah,
No,
well, he
we
thinks
had to
people
go to
are
the
just
moon.
lying. He thinks that
We
everyone's a
have to
liar.
go to the
We
Why
moon. We
would
did.
need the
we?
big
We went
fish.
to the
Why
moon to get the moon
would we?
rocks.
And we ain't gonna go. So
We
look,
have nothing
because
to
we have
gain
a
by
lot of
going to the moon, unfortunately.
listen, Ian. We have a lot of young bright scientists growing up. A lot of young members of NASA, old members of NASA who have never been to the moon. We
Yes, because only
train, we
like
can
three
get
people
real
have been to the
video
moon. We
evidence
have
right now,
nothing
and
to
we don't want to
gain.
go.
We have nothing to gain by going to the moon.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Ian, what do we have to gain by exploring the ocean?
But so we get to uncover new species which have new properties, which helps make biology more complete.
So have we explored 100% of the moon, which is thousands of times
No,
more
No,
we
than
which
haven't
is
what we
why
explored
know.
the
100% of the ocean either.
yeah, which is why, by the way, why the Chinese just landed on the far side of the moon, and they're going to collect data to come back. So the
Okay,
Chinese are actually landing on the moon as we speak.
all right. Now I need to see this because this is something we can capture video
It
evidence
made
for,
national news.
picture
You go
evidence
look it up.
for.
It made national news. Well, by the way, this is the Chinese. They're not big on sharing information.
Isn't that convenient, bro?
Well, yeah, because the CCP is not big on sharing information. It's been that way for decades. That's not like new information.
Okay, I feel like you feel me. All the countries on the planet still have the same objective, bro. It's to deceive. You feel me? It's to deceive human beings. You know what I'm saying?
No,
No,
I don't
I
know what you
don't
mean.
know what you're saying. I think every
It's to
country's
it's to
goal.
deceive it's to
I
deceive
think the
people
actions of
into being led
countries
to hell. That's the
the
whole point.
actions of countries are much better understood through frameworks like offensive realism, for example, that states that countries are trying to like procure their own survival. We went to the moon so we could show other people that our missiles could hit them if we wanted to. It's like essentially a threat. Like the
Man,
actions of
I just
countries operate much better under the thesis of any theory of like international relations like realism rather than the thesis that like Satan is just like controlling Putin and controlling Biden and controlling Trudeau and controlling everybody.
man, he ain't just brainwashing people and mindlessly zombieing them around. People, every human being, from the worst person to the best person, is a bright human made in the image of God being fooled. That's the point. He isn't controlling anybody. They're being fooled, bro. That's what I'm saying. Now, I just want to talk about God being real. I had
Yeah,
plenty of
yeah. Wait.
evidence on
So
why God is real, and
I mean, we've been
you ain't.
talking for a while, and I mean, I think the conspiracy theories are only so interesting.
And
So
the last thing I'll say, and then I'll drop down in it, is I'm just surprised about how people come up and they have these viewpoints when they can go into any science lab on any university or like high school and do these experiments like of themselves. Like, how do you think people found this out? Is they did it themselves, right? They did the hard work and they did the actual science. And so when he says, for example, that like a chemistry is fake, he can just go and do chemistry himself and like find
Yeah.
it out himself. It's not that difficult to do.
Yeah, you can just like learn some facts about like geology or
Yeah,
whatever, and then you can go like figure out what the age of the Earth is.
yeah. I
Robert,
mean,
thanks so much for the $1 on Cash App. I super appreciate it, Robert.
yeah. So thanks
I'm
for having me up, and I appreciate
Yeah,
you.
yeah, no,
All right, you have
definitely.
a good
I'm
day.
probably gonna hit a reset right now, but I do
Awesome.
appreciate you coming on up here. I'm gonna go do a reset because viewers dropped dramatically from the conspiracy theorist, but I'll be back in like 30 seconds. At all in the first place.
Well, how do you think you got here? Like, what is your opinion on that?
So how at what stage in existence, like how me specifically, I think I got here from my parents, but if you're asking like where life came from, then the leading hypothesis is, or like the life came about, this specific life came about via like evolution. But if you're asking about like life at all in general, then the leading hypothesis is abiogenesis. But if you're asking about like the existence of this universe, then all the evidence points to like the Big Bang. And if you're asking before that, like nobody really knows, but I would probably defend like a singularity that maybe existed eternally. So it just depends like at what stage you're
You're
asking me.
taking up the fact that nobody really knows either.
No, but I would defend a view, there's like a view that I would defend that does not rely on the existence of a god.
Well, then I can defend my view that there is an existence of a God.
No, well, so you can, but so in this regard, we're going to be on equal footing. So, the way that this like argument works is that you and I both muster like a bunch of evidence. We go out there and we try to find like as much evidence as possible for our position. We try to see which worldview does a better job of describing reality. So in this situation, reality is going to be better described not by the idea that God just poofed everything into existence, but rather by the idea that things came about via a natural process. That's why I'm capable of explaining the existence of diseases and you're not. That's why I'm capable of explaining the existence of earthquakes and you're not. That's why you have to rely on faith in order to support your claims and I don't. My worldview just explains a lot more and has a lot less baggage.
Okay, well, just because you think that, I carry that baggage with me because I believe. And one day, when this all comes to an end, when you die and you don't have that faith in your life, and you see what it's like to be tormented in hell and go to the depths and be set on fire, have your teeth pulled out, have your hair pulled, be
Have my hair
submerged.
pulled. Don't threaten me with a good time.
Okay, well, you'll think that. See, you're making fun of something that you know nothing about. And see, if you believe in the devil, then you have to believe in God too. And if you don't believe in God and you don't believe in the devil, then one day when you do go to hell and you experience that wrath, then you'll realize that maybe you should have been smarter and not so ignorant in your worldview that you got so caught up and couldn't believe in faith.
That's nice, but do you have like anything other than threats?
Yeah, but like here's the thing. You're being very like you're not being open-minded to anybody. You're a very like what's the word stubborn? Like you're being very stubborn. Like you're not listening to what other people have to say on here. Like
I listen to
obviously I'm
arguments.
not
I don't listen to like threats or
okay.
whatever.
Okay, but like I'm not coming on here because I know facts. Like that's not what this is about. I'm coming on here because I know God is real and I've seen many miracles that he's done. And if you want facts, go look at a million things that he's done for people in his life. Look how you're here because that's a miracle. Like it's honestly, it's just the fact that God is real.
So what about like all the miracles of all the other religions? Like why? So like presumably, if these actually happened and all your miracles are true, unless you have like a reason why none of the miracles in any of the other religions are true, it would be like kind of strange for God to like lend his power to people of a different religion.
He lends his power to everybody because everybody is his people. Even if you believe in a different religion, that's not what matters. God put everybody on the earth and he put people here to believe something else, to have the chance to learn Christianity, to have the chance to be able to experience it. Just
That's
because that's your culture or that's your religion doesn't mean that you cannot find Christianity. You can back away from that, like if you're Catholic, if you're Islamic, you can back away from that and find Christianity.
That's nice, but
Somebody
this is just proselytizing. So do you have anything, do you have like a real argument for me, or should I move on to the next guest?
Well, my argument is that faith is real and
Oh, but
that
you haven't answered the argument about faith, specifically that we have faith in nothing else in our life. That like faith is a thing that applies uniquely to religion, and that there's like it's also
no,
not a reasonable epistemic standard. Like I don't think
it
faith
is
leads us to true conclusions. If I have faith that there's like a bunch of spaghetti and meatballs in my car engine, that doesn't make it so.
Well, I mean, faith comes from God. So, like, if you're just making it up in your head, I mean, obviously it's not going to be true.
Yeah.
Faith of a mustard seed can move mountains. That is in the Bible. It's from God. If you don't have God, like, in your life and you're not, with God and you don't have a relationship with God, I mean, you can't just have unknown faith.
Like
Yeah, I mean, I
faith,
just don't believe so I don't believe in God, which means I also by corollary don't believe that faith came from God. So you're trying to get me into this like box that I'm currently outside of, but in order to get into the box in the first place, I have to already be in. Like if I don't believe in God, then I can't have faith in God. Like
exactly.
cool.
If
So
you
then
don't
we agree that the thing that you're encouraging me to do is not a thing that I'm
no,
capable of doing.
if you don't have faith in God, then you're not gonna believe in God. But that's the simple fact that we are saying. You have to have faith to be able to believe in God.
Yeah, so can
And you
you
don't. And
why
you
is
don't.
faith
So
why
what
does
am I
faith
gonna
lead to
say?
true conclusions?
Because you have to have faith to be able to believe
Mm.
that they do lead to true conclusions.
So faith leads to true conclusions because you have to have faith that they do lead to true conclusions, which of course presupposes that faith leads to true conclusions, and we just went in one big circle.
Exactly.
So that we agree that you're making illogical arguments. This is like me saying that God isn't real because God isn't real.
No, it's not. It's
It's
really not.
both arguments are circular.
Yeah, baby, but that's two different types of circle. That's a damn octagon and a
Do you think an octagon is a circle?
no, but that's what I'm saying. It's two completely different shapes, bro.
No, because in both cases, so you're saying that faith is true. Faith leads to true conclusions because faith leads to true conclusions, and then I would be saying that God isn't real because God isn't real.
Okay, moral of the story, listen, you're just really smart, okay? That's good for you. You're
Aw,
a really
that's nice
smart person.
glazing. All right, I'm gonna move on to the next one. Thanks so much for coming up. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get to 20K likes. You should share it with your friends. Drop a comment as well. Consider joining the Discord even. If you're 18 or older, the link is in my bio. We talk about politics, religion, philosophy. We play games like very often on Discord. It's a lot of fun. It's very social. You should consider joining. My link is in my bio, although the link doesn't work, so you need to copy it and paste it directly into the Discord app in order to get into the server. Again, only join if you're 18 or older. Also, if you want to support the stream, my Venmo is allegedly Ian, and my Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. It's especially nice because TikTok does take half, so I appreciate that. Like, I appreciate any and all gifts, but I do appreciate the ones through Cash App because I get 100% of it, or Cash App and Venmo. And with that, we can go to the next guest. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Bro, I don't even like. I'm not even against you, bro. I just came here to say you so right. Like, no, I don't think nobody gonna be to argue you, bro.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you. No, I appreciate it, but I'm only looking for debates, so only request to join if you're a hardcore debate lord. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
What's up?
How's it going? How you doing?
Chilling. I'm good. So first off, that person right there that you got behind you, that's not God. And Jesus was never God. He gave him the power. But anyway,
Wait,
if you talk about,
are you a Christian?
no, I'm not a Christian.
What are you? What religion are you?
I don't do religion. It's man-made.
So do you think that Jesus is the Son of God, or?
Jesus is not a person. Jesus is the S-U-N of God. That's why every time you see him in
The
a church,
S-U-N, like the
the sun
fucking
in the
big
sky.
ball in the
Yeah.
sky?
That's why every time you see Jesus in a church,
Jesus
he
is
has a
the
sun disk around his head. He has a
Jesus is the
sun disk.
Son, spelled S-U-N of God?
S-U-N, yes. And
What the
at the end,
fuck does that even mean?
do you know what a sun disk is?
No.
That's that circle that you see around his head every time you see him in church.
Like the halo?
That's not a halo. It's called the sun disk. A halo isn't a circle. It doesn't sit on your head, go from shoulder to shoulder. It sits on your head, around your head like a crown. That's not a halo.
So
That's called the sun
do you
disk.
reject the Trinity?
The Trinity, y'all Trinity is not the real Trinity. The real Trinity is Isis, Osiris, and Horus.
So you wait.
Yeah, the real Trinity is Isis,
are you a
Osiris,
Hebrew
and Horus.
Israelite?
Huh? I'm not an Israelite.
But are you like a Hebrew Israelite?
I'm not a Hebrew nothing.
Okay. So do you believe in like the Egyptian pantheon?
The Egyptian pantheon is not what you expected to be or expected to be. The Egyptian
you believe in
pantheon
the
is
Egyptian
gods that they
pantheon?
saw, that they took as their gods. Like the word Elohim means gods in plural. It doesn't mean God, it means gods.
This just sounds like gibberish to me. Like every part of this just sounds like gibberish. Do you have an argument for literally the existence of any of this?
First of all, you talking about God, you're looking for God is not white. Jesus is not white. The real
Cool.
person that you would call Jesus, his name is Enlil.
Can someone in chat help me out? What religion is this guy? What
not
what lore does this come from?
These people that I'm talking about, the government had a sit down with at the Pentagon. They're called the Anunnaki. These people are what the Bible was talking about.
Yeah, wait, I wonder if this person knows.
Okay, I know what religion he's talking about. This
Yeah,
is
what-
basically old Sumerian, like where the Bible came from.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
My point, where the Bible came from.
Epic of Gilgamesh.
If you want to
Book of
learn,
Enoch.
you're going to have to go read the Numa Elish, the Veda scripts, everything that they use to get your Bible from. If you wanted truth, you have to go back to those books. You have to go back to the origin, not religion. You have to go back to the Emerald Tablets, the Lost Book of Enki, and stuff like that.
That's so nice. So do you have like a warrant for the existence of any of this?
You can go you can go and look at the statues and touch the artifacts. You can go.
Yeah, but
on a
why does this require the
specific web-
existence of a god in order for it to exist?
You said what?
Why does this require a god in order for these two things to exist?
It doesn't require a god.
So do you believe in a god?
Yeah, I believe in a god.
So I'm asking you, why does God exist? And you're telling me because of these statues. And I'm asking you, well, why did these statues require a God to exist? And you're saying they don't. So I'm just confused. Like, make an argument that concludes with the idea that God is real and that God exists.
These statues are of people. These are real figures that people
But
would
these don't
call
require
gods.
God to exist, so it's irrelevant.
These are what people would defy gods because they see them come from the sky. If you see something come from the sky and you don't know what else to call it, what would you call it but a god?
Things come from the I just don't think that things have like
Just
people.
like when they seen
I don't
stuff
think
flying, they
entities
didn't know
have descended
when
from
they
the
seen
sky
stuff
with magical
flying-
powers.
No, just listen. When they seen stuff flying, they didn't know what to call it but a bird because the only thing that they knew that fly were birds. So when they seen these ships, they would call them metal birds.
Yeah, wait, but this is like
type
just
stuff.
yapping about your religion, and I've asked you like 3 times already. So, God exists because of what?
That's you asking a question that can't be answered but by a god or the gods.
So, do you have any evidence that your God exists?
The scripts written on tablets and the statues that they depicted them of, yeah.
Gotcha. So you're saying that your God exists because of what's written on the tablets, and of course, like the tablets are going to be evidence, like because what they depict is accurate, i.e., it presupposes that God exists in the first place. So you're essentially just saying that your God exists because of your tablets, and your tablets are true because God exists.
No, I have a relationship with God and he talks to me and he shows me signs all the times. I can show you pictures of my answers, like my signs when I talk to him.
How about you
Eh,
just like answer the argument? This just sounds like nonsense to me.
I was gonna ask,
Everything going
do you believe in Christ consciousness? Is that where you're going based on this, or is it more so like
Christ
old Babel?
consciousness.
Christ consciousness, that's what you believe in?
That's what that's what I know. Is I don't go off of beliefs. It's
Oh,
facts.
okay. So Christ consciousness, Ian, I know so many different religions. So Christ consciousness is basically where the God is you. It's within you, but it also comes from source at the same time.
Exactly.
Like source gives you the energy, the power, but you have to awaken it within yourself. You
Now,
are God.
with that
I know
being
it's
said,
complicated.
it's more
I
than
think
one
wait, so I think
God.
I think I heard this in like Buddhism, and I actually understand. Like I know a lot about Buddha.
Technically, yes.
Okay, so do you awaken it via like a process? Wait, so do you believe in reincarnation?
All of that's facts. All that's real.
Oh, you okay? So if reincarnation is true, can you give me a reason why murder is wrong?
Murder. All right. So you got polarities, right? Murder can be right in so many ways, and then it can be wrong in so many ways. The intentions behind it, like if you killed my family, which was wrong. So if I kill you for killing my family, that would be considered justice and not
Would it?
a wrongful murder. Yes, it would.
Wait, so if someone like grapes your like sister, would it be right for you to grape their sister?
No, I wouldn't do that. I'm taking them.
Yeah,
You're
but
not going.
would that
Yeah,
be
you're getting
right?
off for that.
Would that be right though? That's the question.
Would it be right for me killing you for raping my sister?
No, would it be right for you to grape somebody else's sister if
No,
they
I'm not
graped
going to do
your
that. I'm gonna just
sister?
off you. I'm going to erase you. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to erase you. You're going to get erased.
Yeah, but would it be right if you did go and do that?
No, it's not right for them to go and do that. But for them doing that, I'm going to off you.
Gotcha,
You're going
gotcha.
to
So
get
then
erased.
it seems like an eye for an eye is actually not what we function under.
You said
So
an
it just
eye
seems
for
like
an
your
eye is
ethics are
not
like
what we
somewhat
function under.
incoherent. But so also, I guess I'm confused. Like why would unaliving be wrong if everybody is just reincarnated?
Why would it be wrong?
Yeah.
You got to understand the. How can I can't put it in words.
Why would it be wrong if everybody's just going to be reincarnated?
Only reason they're going to be
There's no real
reincarnated
harm that
because
like
of the moon.
unaliving is only harmful because of the end to being. If there's no end to being in it because you're just reincarnated, then that means that unaliving isn't wrong.
It's not. You're just going to go to a different experience.
So unaliving is not wrong.
It depends on why, the intentions behind it. Everything depends on the intentions. There's no good, there's no evil. It's the intentions behind the power.
Yeah, so what intentions so
I can't answer that
in what
for
scenarios would
the.
it not be just and why would it not be just?
You said why would it and why would it not?
Yeah, so what scenarios would it not be just and why would it not be just?
Like if I just kill you to kill you because I'm bored, that's wrong.
Yeah, but why would that be wrong if
But
I'm
if
just
I was to kill you
reincarnated?
because.
If I'm just gonna be reincarnated, why would that be wrong?
But do you understand why you get reincarnated, the process of
No,
reincarnation?
I don't, but if you do get reincarnated, why would it be wrong?
It's wrong that you're being reincarnated because the people that does this, well, the beings that do the reincarnating and the system they use to do it, which is the soul trap, the moon, and all of that stuff. Like, yeah, you squint your face because see,
Damn, it's like we're playing
with you
Skyrim
not
or something. We got
Hold on,
like soul
I
traps.
got it.
no,
Do
with you
we
not
exist in like the
knowing
soul
the
cairn? Or are we gonna?
all right, so listen. In order for you to understand what I'm saying, you're gonna have to understand the Numa Elish, you're gonna have to understand the Greys, you're gonna have to
Hold on,
understand why they
Tita.
made people, why
Hold on,
genetics is a
Tita.
thing. Like
Let me explain it to Ian. So basically, reincarnation, they say that if you reincarnate, it's because you didn't finish your karma on Earth. So you basically have to relive it, but in a different form. until you are quote unquote pure enough to move on.
I've heard this theodicy
That's
as a
what he meant.
problem, or as an answer to the problem of evil from Judaism, that you're just like reincarnated over and over again via like soul building, and that
Yes.
eventually you get to go to heaven because your soul is like built enough.
Yes, that's pretty much what he's saying. It's like
Gotcha.
if you're
So
reincarnated, it's because you haven't done what you were supposed to do. You haven't
gotcha,
learned your
gotcha.
lesson.
So is the process of soul building good?
No. Soul building? What do you mean is soul building?
Yeah, okay. I'm not sure what the nomenclature would be. So if you're like reincarnated so you can like fulfill your karma or like build up your soul, do you think that this process itself is good? That like so who's orchestrating this process? Is it like the entity, like the source?
No, it's another entity or entities like reptilians and so on and so on.
Reptilians?
Yes, reptilians.
Isn't this like a super common anti-Semitic trope?
Anti-Semitic trope.
Wait, are you so what a where do the
You got to
reptilians
understand
where do
that
the
we aren't the
reptilians
only things
exist?
that exist. We are not the only things that exist. On this plane, you have gods, then you have humans. The gods are what you would call metahumans, meaning more than human. Like for
Yeah, but
example,
so do you think that
no,
are you saying that reptilians like control the earth or
reptilians and another entity controls this realm that we live in.
isn't this just like a super common like anti-Semitic conspiracy theory?
Do you know why they even came up with the word conspiracy theory? They came up with the word
Yeah, to
conspiracy theory
classify
because people started,
wackos,
listen, they
like
came up with the word conspiracy theory because people started catching on to the things that they're doing. So they came up with something to divert it. So
yeah,
they can throw stuff in front of
who
you.
is they?
And
Is it perhaps like a like an ethno religion of some sort?
the government, the higher ups, the elites. For example, if I told you
And yeah, wait, so who's like at the top of that? Is there like a specific group?
a specific group, I wouldn't say a group because they don't exist in the flesh, most of them. Some of them exist in the flesh, but not what you would see to be human.
Yeah, that's fine. I think I'm probably just gonna move on to the next guest.
I honestly came up here for him. He is a lot of religions pushed into one. At first it was Sumerian, then it was Kemetic, and then Christ conscious, and Buddhism with a bit of Judaism. So I think he's confused, which is
Yeah.
okay. But if you need me, I'll be in chat.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah,
See you
that dude
later.
was yeah, I already follow you. But yeah, that dude was a wacko. I don't know. It was just like a
Yeah.
lie. It's just like a radically unsimple worldview where we can't just explain things with like natural phenomena. We need to like imagine the existence of like an entire Marvel cinematic universe of cast and characters, and like story plots about like the moon and souls and like reincarnation and like all this world building. It's like it just sounds like fiction to me.
It is, but also Justin just told me if you need mods, me and him are here because you have a lot of people in chat claiming to be reporting the live right now.
Oh, okay, yeah. I can add mods. Yeah, I would definitely add y'all. Let me
Okay.
just switch my mods around. I'm at 30, so let me just
But I
who would
was
be
going to say I'm Hellenic, so I do believe in the Greek pantheon, but even I know it's just stories based on morality, and morality is subjective. So at the end of the day, I don't know why it's so difficult for people to understand.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. I mean, at least as long as I don't have a problem with people who are like, yeah, it's whatever. Like I don't as long as you recognize that it's not like that you can't use it to like control other people or whatever.
No,
And that seems like extremely reasonable to me. It's whatever. Like
exactly.
whatever makes you feel good.
Here, here. All right,
Yeah.
Ian, I'll go ahead and drop into the
Yeah, thanks
comments.
so
I'm
much
pretty
for
sure
coming
no
up.
one wants another guest up here. Of
Yeah. And
course.
also it's nice to meet you. I don't think we've talked
Nice to
before.
meet you too. No, we haven't. This is a first.
Yeah. Where's Justin? Justin, drop a comment so I can mod you.
Justin, he is actually subscribed to you as well. I'm waiting till payday, so
That's extremely kind of you. I appreciate it.
not a problem. I love my friendlies. You, Parker,
Yeah.
Dean, you guys are awesome. Oh, here he goes.
Yeah.
Here, bro.
Yep. Got it. Yep. But yeah, both of you are modded.
All right, loves you, Ian. I'll be in chat.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks so much for coming on up. I appreciate it.
Of course.
All right, bye-bye. All right, make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get to 40K likes or even 50K likes. Just as like reparations for what I had to endure during that debate. All the lore that was just like dumped on me. But if you want to support the stream as well, my Venmo and Cash App are in the bio. The Venmo is allegedly Dash Ian, whereas the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. I appreciate that more than TikTok gifts, although I always do. I will always be very grateful for TikTok gifts anyway. But TikTok does take like half of all of it, so it's just unfortunate. But thanks so much. I appreciate it. And consider joining the Discord if you're 18 or older. So with that, we will go to the next guest. But comment, share, like, keep on liking. We're almost to 50K. We got this. We got this, team. As we look for someone who will join. I don't know how like Parker and Dean do it, but it's like every single person they bring up joins. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, how's it going?
Doing good, doing good. How about you?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to clear up what the one guy said in case anybody in the chat was doing it because that was insane. That was
Yeah, I'm just looking for debates though. So if you don't disagree, then I.
Oh no, I disagree. I mean, I
Okay,
disagree.
so yeah, sure. So what religion are you?
I'm a Christian.
Okay, so do you have an argument for why God is real?
So my argument for why God is real is because of the simple fact that with how intricate the universe is and what we perceive and how we perceive it, it to me in my study of it, it all leads towards a creator. Someone had to have orchestrated this. It's too many. Mathematically speaking, everybody likes to use math and science. It's too for certain things in the universe to exist. It's the mathematical probability of it existing without some sort of construction is slim to none.
So so it seems like you're making a fine-tuning argument, but are you making the argument specifically that life is unexpected under atheism, or are you making the argument that like the universe existing at all, or that like with the specific cosmological constants is unlikely under atheism?
Well, I think you could take it to the whole universe aspect of it, but or you could boil it down to simple life. I mean,
well, yeah, but which one do you want to go to?
We can go with just simple with evolution or life and
yeah. So I think that this is exactly what we would expect to see in if the universe is truly random, or like not truly random, but if it's not created, because I think we live in a very weird universe. Our universe is extremely empty. Most planets are incapable of sustaining life, and only a couple of planets actually are capable of sustaining life. And I think it makes sense that life isn't going to form on all of them within the given amount of time. KDB, thanks so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. WKD, W666 in the comments. And if anyone else wants to support me and support the stream, the Venmo is allegedly Dash Ian and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate it. Thanks so much, Katie. But as I was saying, I think that like a universe where, so if you have a very large number of chances for an unlikely event, you might expect the unlikely event to happen on some places, but it would be unexpected to see it everywhere, which is why I think it's it's in line with this that we see life that exists on Earth, but we do not see life that exists anywhere else.
Right. But even on Earth, for example, it was so fickle at the start that if a certain protein's not introduced at a certain time or a certain reaction, all of this, if you just want to take Earth as the example, it all could have never happened at one point, right?
Yes, that's true. That's true of like every Cyber Hell. Thanks so much for the 20-cent subscriptions. Huge W, Cyber Hell. I appreciate it. That's so cool. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. I agree with that, but that's like what I'm saying, right? It's my claim at its core is just that we would expect an unlikely event to happen in some places, given the like ample opportunity in the universe. I don't think that the existence of life at all is unexpected, and I think that we can explain like the mechanism behind this, but even more so, I think that there's lots of reasons to think that our world is not perfectly designed for life, especially not human life, given that the majority of the world is covered in salt water, which we will literally die if we drink, that the sun gives us skin cancer, the existence of things like earthquakes, I don't think that this is like a world that's designed for humans. Billy Bob, thanks so much for the $6.69 on Cash App. Billy Bob W669. Thank you so much. And again, the Venmo is allegedly dash Ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I mean, but there's other sides to that too, because this planet gives everything we need for sustainment, right? So it for every single thing that we need, if as humans, things we're supposed to eat. Let's leave like Big Macs and double cheeseburgers out of it. But like
Yeah.
things like that naturally, like strawberries for antioxidants, just all these berries for this, nuts for protein, all these things. The animals, everything is provided here for us to
No.
thrive, because
No.
the water we drink, there's no taste to water. It's literally the one thing on this planet that we need to survive. The water we can drink, the fresh water, it's tasteless, it's odorless, it's everything. So every living creature can indulge in it without uh any type of like issue. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, I don't like this drink or I don't like that drink. It's something that's that's sustainable for everyone. And
So
every
I would
living
ask
organism.
you, so what's the why would God make parasites? Parasites don't provide for us.
Parasites survive a purpose in nature. I mean,
Yeah, but
that's
why would
not,
he make like human parasites specifically?
it's just part of life. There's not saying that evolution doesn't exist,
Mhm.
but or things aren't created or things of that nature, but they all serve a purpose. Like
So did God have the power to make make it such that parasites could not thrive on humans? Jessica, thanks so much for the
I mean,
$6.66 on
if you
Venmo.
look at
W Jessica W666. Thank you so much. Once again, Venmo's allegedly dash Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate it. Thanks so much, Jessica. I'm sorry. Please continue.
no, that's fine. You got to do your thing. They got so if you take it down to parasites, right? Like, okay, since you used that as an example, they provide they do have a purpose on the planet. Now, what we have, whether we get them or not, is different through different things. But like the common cold, like this, it's like saying, well, if God loved us, why does He have the cold, or why does this exist? Why does that exist? Right? It's just things that just are. Like it's not meant to be a perfect world for us. It's not meant to be anymore. It's not meant to be free of all this stuff. That
So, like, what's the why would he have these things? Like, for what purpose? Let's take like earthquakes for example. Like, what's the purpose of earthquakes?
so it's just the planet changing. That's all. That science, Mother Nature, and God all can coexist. God doesn't intervene at everything. You know what I'm
But
saying? He
who made the
he created the
tectonic plates
planet.
do that?
Well, God created the planet and everything on it, and that's where, and it reacts. The
Yeah,
planet
so when God made the
reacts.
tectonic plates, did he have the power to make them such that they wouldn't cause earthquakes?
Possibly, yeah.
Possibly.
I mean, there could have been the plan of what happens on this planet is that God doesn't put He doesn't explain everything to us, why things the way they are. And I understand why that's confusing to not we're not confused, but people don't get it or are skeptical of it and understand. It's just because it's not all explained, right? There's
Yeah.
things we're not going to know.
Yeah, but
Why
that's
would
that's
God
fine.
choose?
But this is just going to be like a point that's like massively in favor of naturalism. Under naturalism, it makes a lot of sense why we would have earthquakes. We have naturalistic explanations for the shifts and movements of tectonic plates, which causes earthquakes,
Right.
and that earthquakes are just like a really unfortunate. What the? Thanks so much for the 0.0000217 Bitcoin, Billy Bob on Cash App. I appreciate it. Thomas, thanks so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. W Thomas, thank you so much, and W666. So I think that this is like a point in favor of naturalism, insofar as naturalists can explain this, and it makes sense under naturalism that because nature is not orchestrated by an entity who is all good and that we need to love, that we can just say that like earthquakes happen and they're tragic, but that's just the way the earth works. Whereas you can't appeal to that because like you can't appeal to that's just the way the earth works, insofar as what you're like the way that the earth works is set up. It was set up by a god, presumably. So,
Yeah. That but that doesn't mean he causes the earthquakes. That's the thing. Like, it
But
doesn't
wait, so what causes the earthquakes?
the shift in the tectonic plates.
And who caused the tectonic plates to shift at all?
Just the planet and the how the planet reacts.
Yeah, and who caused the planet to react in that way?
Nobody. That's just how the planet reacts.
Yeah,
See,
and
what we're trying to
who set the planet up such that it would react that way?
God.
Oh, so then God did earthquakes.
No, he doesn't control when they happen. It's not like, or not all the time. There are times that he does.
So
But
when God was making the earth such that its tectonic plates would shift, did he know exactly when each earthquake would happen?
I would assume so. Yeah, God knows
So then
everything.
it sounds like he made it. It causes earthquakes. He knows exactly when the earthquakes are going to happen. It sounds like God is just the cause of earthquakes.
So it's all right. So I try not to go down, like I try to like do these on the level of a non, like, try to explain it in the sense of a person who understands, like you are. You're informed of nature and science and all how this stuff works. When the Bible is based off of faith. Christianity, I can speak on, is based off of faith. God doesn't that our knowledge of God comes from the Bible and the scriptures, right? So when we look at the Bible and we look at things, science is not really involved in it, because the people who wrote it at the time and people who experienced didn't understand these things, right? And they just didn't. When you look at Christianity, the Christianity's faith and God, it always goes back to the argument always comes back to, well, why did God allow this to happen? Why did God allow this? Everything God allows to happen is to bring him closer to him in some way. We don't always understand the way, we don't always see the way, right?
Yeah, but so this is just like deeply unconvincing to me. I think faith
So
is a terrible way for arriving at conclusions. So,
so
if I have
well,
a
it's
lot
evidence.
if I have a lot of faith, if I have a lot of faith that there's like spaghetti in my car, does that mean that there's spaghetti in my car?
No, but the evidence, because you have no evidence of that. You have no
Yes, but
evidence
faith is a belief in the absence of evidence.
that not necessarily. Faith, not necessarily. Faith is you are there. There's evidence to Jesus' teaching on the Sermon on the Mount. There's evidence that these people existed. There's evidence of what they were taught and what they said. Like your last person is, as erratic as he was, he tried to play the eye for an eye thing. The eye for an eye is not for us. It's for a judge. That's for a judge. That's when issuing out law. The punishment should fit the crime.
Yeah, wait,
That's for a
so
judge.
I just want to give like a definition of faith. So, faith is a strong belief in God or in the doctrine of a religion based on spiritual apprehension rather than proof. It's belief in the absence of evidence.
Correct, but evidence can. There is evidence that can enhance your faith. That can lead you to faith,
So
right?
what's the okay? But I'm just interested in evidence. I don't believe based on faith. So unless you have evidence for the existence of a God, I'm
The
not going to
evidence
believe it
existence
just based off of faith.
is the existence of Jesus Christ and his
Yeah,
teaching.
so Jesus Christ existed. I have no evidence that the reincarnation happened, for example.
Well, there's eyewitness accounts of that.
Yeah, so who are the eyewitness accounts? Do we have them, or do we just have one person who claims that there were eyewitness accounts?
No, if you read the I think it was. It's been a while since Sunday school, so bear with me. I think there was at least at least 3 to 4 people, Roman guards, seen the Jesus rise from the dead, and they wrote about it, and it really shook them up and all this other stuff.
Yeah, so could you point me towards those accounts?
Yeah, they're written in scripture. They're
Gotcha. So it's in the Bible. So you're saying that the Bible is true because of the resurrection, and the resurrection happened because of the accounts of these guards, which of course we know that the accounts of these guards are true because the Bible is true.
and then Jesus also.
Wait, is that an accurate summary of your argument?
No, it's not, because the Bible is is put together of a bunch of different scriptures, right? All written at different times, all written by different people, all written by different eyewitnesses, right? Matt, Luke, John, all of them, Matthew, Luke, and John, all of them were eyewitness accounts.
But we don't know that any of the Gospels were written by the people that they're named after. Is the problem?
Some of them were. So Luke followed Paul and documented Paul's because Paul was another one.
You don't want to go with Luke. Luke is like the weakest one. Luke was
Luke,
written 80 to 120 years after.
but Luke was a historian who copied. It was translated.
Yeah,
It
no,
was,
but the Luke gospel itself was written 80 to 120 years after.
yeah,
Luke was definitely not written by Luke.
yeah. The original accounts of it were. Luke followed Paul, and Luke was like more of a historian aspect of it. That was his job, was to document what was going on.
Wait,
That's
so
what.
do you think the academic consensus, do you think they're just lying when they say that it was 80 to 120 years after?
No, but you're saying to 80 to 100, but there's the originals have been passed down. Not everybody can write. Paper was
So
expensive.
why are they why does every single source claim that it was written 80 to 120 years after?
Well, the account that was probably put in the Bible was probably put in at that time.
Gotcha.
That's
So
what I'm
then,
saying.
and you agree that if it was written at, or wait. Not that it was put into the Bible at the time, just that it was written then. The
Well,
claim is
written
not
down.
that it was put into the Bible at that time.
So it wasn't put in the Bible.
It's that it was written 80 to 120 years after.
Correct, because there wasn't, well, there was written documentation at one point. Now, where that ended up, it happens. But a lot of this was passed through teachings, through the church, through word of mouth, right? Because it's not like today where there was access to information. People had to walk from village to village to prove and preach what they seen and talk about it. Every single one of the disciples had so much their faith was so strong in Jesus because of what they had seen. That was it. You can't say faith is proof and then say show me proof, and then in science be like, you can't prove everything in science, but you know things are inherently correct, right? You know there's certain things that you can't prove it 100% without a shadow of doubt, but you know what it is based on the evidence that you have.
Yes, yeah,
Right?
but so the difference between science is that science functions under an empiricist, like epistemological framework, essentially just that we don't come into like absolute truths, but rather we have truths based on our senses, based on observation,
That's
that we're
what the Bible
capable of
does. That's the
repeating
truth.
enough times such that we consider things to be customarily true. So, for
If
example, we're not able to observe gravity as like a force itself. We're just capable of observing it acting on other things. So we assume that it exists and we treat it as customarily true, even though it's like totally possible. There's no logical contradiction in me like dropping this pencil and it actually just stays exactly where it is because gravity just like turns off or whatever.
Correct.
Like
But so
we're like the goal of science to say that like, well, science can't prove things 100% either. It's not trying to.
No, yeah, well, science is trying to at least prove that things can happen, reactions happen, things happen. Science, just like people say the Bible contradicts itself, it really doesn't when you look into it. But if
No,
when
it
you
does. There's like
if
multiple contradictions.
they're really not. If you look at the intentions of a lot of things, because
Yeah, wait, so
it's
do you think that outer space is water as is claimed by Genesis?
do I think that outer space is water?
Yeah.
Do I personally think that? I don't know enough about it to have
You don't know if
information.
outer space is water? You have
No, no.
no idea?
What I'm saying is, I'm not
You
going
wait,
to.
you don't wait. You don't know?
No. What I'm saying is that I don't know enough about the science of a lot of other things. But of course, no, it's not water.
Yeah,
But
so then it seems like the Bible is just not correct.
no, Genesis is so as a Christian, you follow Jesus Christ, right? And Genesis is book one of the Bible, book all that stuff, right? That there's things in the Bible that aren't 100% understood. You have to understand it was written by people who didn't understand something, so they try to describe it the best that they could, right?
But there's a much better description for outer space. You could have just used the word nothing.
But you got to understand they didn't understand that at the time.
No, they did, because there's like entire philosophers from even before the time of Socrates that were making arguments related to nothing. Like, nothing was a concept that was understood in every single language.
Right,
There's
but you
not
also
going to be a
understand
single
those same
language that doesn't have
people.
a word for nothing.
Look at the
I'm
Egyptians who
absolutely
studied
certain
it.
that there's a word in Hebrew for nothing.
Right, but you got to understand the Egyptians, let's say, example, studied astrology and all these things. They still worshipped gods. They still had their faith. They still had all their other things. They coexisted the two. Nobody in Egypt said, because there's a space, because I don't really know what that is, because I'm trying to figure it out, Amun-Ra does not exist. They didn't do that. They believed
Yes.
in their gods.
Yeah, wait, so do you think that Genesis, the creation story, is accurate?
I think it's written to the best of their ability.
Who do you think wrote it?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head who wrote
Do you think that it was like divinely inspired?
I think it was. I think it was.
Okay,
I
so
think
if it was divinely inspired, then why would God give them like false information or information that he knows is like misleading?
it's
Like,
not it was inspired. It wasn't taught. It wasn't God came down and said, okay, these are what molecules are. This is why I made this. This is what space is. This is why I made it. It was divinely inspired. The inspiration for the story was inspired.
yeah, so the
Because they're
problem is
trying to
that it
figure it
makes
out the
like
best they could.
Genesis makes a lot of physical claims and it's wrong about like just all of them. Like every single claim, whether it be like what the substance of space is, what how long it took to create the world, the order of events through
They
which
weren't
things
science.
happened. It even says that like stars are just like things that are in like embedded in the firmament. That like the sky is like just a hard substance and stars are things embedded rather than being objects that are exactly like the sun except a lot farther away.
Correct.
Like
And
it makes a lot of physical claims and it's just wrong about all of them.
right. And there's if and to your point, it's easy to beat up on the Bible, a document that was written by not a known author from the time, like who actually put pen to paper for the book of Genesis and all this. It's easy to beat up on that, but then at the same time, scientists are constantly disproven throughout every decade.
Yes, yes, but that's the that's the difference, right? Is that your belief is dogmatic. It's not meant to be self-updating. It's meant to be the end-all be-all truth. Science is meant to update. It's not an end-all system. Science is a methodology, the scientific method where we repeat the same experiments and observe the same phenomena from multiple different angles until we're able to have a holistic understanding of it. The fact that science changes doesn't mean that it's bad. It means that it's actually really good because science is capable of rectifying its mistakes and recognizing its failures and then coming up with new theories that actually do fit the data much better.
Yeah, but you're taking the Bible, that's a big book, right? And you're looking at Genesis and you're saying the entire book must be wrong, right? There can't be a God because God didn't explain this. They thought this, people thought this at the time, so therefore God can't be real. The teachings of Jesus Christ they don't need to be wavering. They are humanistic. They are the right and the wrong. They are the way it should be done in order to have eternity with the Father, right? So that's the whole purpose of being a Christian. When you say God doesn't exist because Genesis is wrong scientifically, well, there's a lot more stuff in the Bible.
Well, yeah, it's just that so I think the claim that you made was that the Bible was like accurate or something, or just that
Some
it's
of it
like
is.
it maps
Yeah.
onto reality really well. But
So when
there's
you
just
look
many
at
instances where it just doesn't do that.
And
It's
there's many
actually very like
instances where
disconnected from reality
and
about
there's many
the
instances where
vast.
archaeological evidence supports the stories and claims of the Bible. The
Such
Bible,
as?
such as David existed, Jesus existed.
Yeah, these people could have existed. That doesn't mean that they did
Right,
like supernatural feats.
but there's eyewitness accounts of their works. There's
Yeah, so
eyewitness.
I'm still
Let me
waiting
explain
for
something.
those. Like, why is this? So why would we think that it's a reliable source? So what type of information, what type of sources would I need to provide to you to make you think that like George Washington reincarnated from the grave?
So you would have to give me eyewitness accounts.
So if I gave you like eyewitness accounts, you would be willing it like just like random people who claimed like George Washington rose from the grave. You'd be like,
If there's
wow,
if there
I
if, but
guess
if
George
there,
Washington rose from the grave.
if there's hundreds of accounts, that's what I'm
So
saying.
if I found you like a cult that had hundreds of accounts of people witnessing like a supernatural event from their like cult leader, would you consider that evidence that that cult, like whatever they believe, is true?
There's a reason to believe it. There's a reason to believe it. Let's take a look at this, for example. Perfect example. If I had 100 people seeing you witness a crime, right? I only need one witness to condemn you to death or to continue to prison for the rest of your life to see you murder somebody. That's all you need. One witness. Yep, I seen him do it. He killed him. All right, cool. That's it. Done. Everybody would believe that's the evidence. That's it. And then on top of it, having physical evidence saying, yeah, he was there. Yeah, he did this. Yeah, that place was real. Everything was like that. You put that on. You put that on.
So
That's
this is going to come down to a difference between natural phenomena and supernatural phenomena. I agree. Eyewitness accounts are like very essential in proving the existence of like a natural thing that happened. That if you have like a ton of witnesses to a robbery, then it's probably true that the robbery occurred. I don't think eyewitness testimony accounts for very much on its own when it's like unreliable and like sourced unreliably. Insofar as like the eyewitness testimony is in the Bible is literally written anonymously, i.e., we have no idea who is claiming that these guards claimed this thing at all, and we certainly don't have just the accounts from the guards themselves. Insofar as this does not exist, I think that I don't have grounds to accept like a supernatural claim of this sort.
well, and that's fine. But and that's fine. But if people say, you know, this happened where, like let's use anything. You use George Washington. Let's say there's eyewitness and physical and archaeological accounts that the English fought the Americans on this day, whatever the case is. Now there's hundreds of different accounts of how that happened, right? But the general consensus is that it happened. Right.
Yeah.
And you could dive down into the nitty gritty of each individual account, each individual story, each individual author, and in each individual's credibility. And that's fine. And that's okay. That's good. That's good research is to do that. But at the end of the day, the event still happened.
Yeah, so I'll take a different historical event and I'll contrast that with Jesus. So we knew that Socrates existed, and we know that Socrates existed even though Socrates himself never wrote any works. The reason we know Socrates existed is if you investigate or read any of the philosophers, Plato, Hegesias,
Credible
Aristotle,
sources,
what's the whoever wrote the clouds, I forget what his, I'm blanking on his name, but if you read like any of these people's work, you can't hardly read anything from this time period without mentions of Socrates. Tons of
Correct.
mentions of Socrates. Like he really shook things up, and he was written about by everybody. So
Right. And so those
the
are credible
difference is going to be that we only have one source written anonymously that claims that Jesus resurrected.
You don't have one source, you have one book.
Yeah, you have one book, which with
written,
each part written anonymously that claims that
well,
Jesus resurrected, with many of the parts being written years and years and years after.
and the original accounts were written at some point. So you got to understand they were writing this stuff down. Some of them, so not all of them. Some of them were writing this stuff down or getting it written down as it was happening in real time. Those original documents are lost, of course. But the premise of the whole idea or the whole thing was passed along through word, because not a lot of the literacy rate was horrible. Was absolutely horrible. It was way worse than the time of the Greeks. They were uneducated, so some of the things they seen they didn't understand, right? And then they had to put it in the words the best they could. It's like the example, if you believe in Nostradamus quatrains and his being able to see, he didn't know what a tank was. So he would describe it as the best way he could, right? Which makes no sense to us until we went back and looked at it, that's what he was trying to describe. But when you look at the whole point of the Bible, the original writings were written down by somebody. Now, where they are, nobody knows. I mean, they probably didn't stand the test of time. But what stood the test of time was the stories that and of the word of mouth that was passed throughout. And then eventually somebody took those and said, okay, we got to commit this to a teaching, to a Bible. The church said we need to get this together and we need to write these down. But
So do you have a source that isn't the Bible that claims that the resurrection happened?
The Dead Sea, I don't know if Dead Sea Scrolls mention the resurrection, but there are.
But the Dead Sea Scrolls are just an earlier form of the Bible. So do you have or I think they're just like the Old Testament actually.
Right, and when you say,
I don't think the Dead Sea Scrolls mention resurrection.
Like I said, I don't recall off the top of my head. It's been a while since I've researched any of that. But when you look at it, it was passed down. So eventually somebody took it and said, okay, we have to write it down now. We have to get it down. We have to get it there. The original accounts are when they actually happened. So Jesus performed a miracle, and he said, "Go out and tell the people what you've seen or what you could do or whatever."
Yeah.
Right?
But could you provide me a source that isn't the Bible that indicates that the resurrection actually happened?
The Bibles are gospels written, a collection of gospels.
Yeah, but
written
do you have
by
do you have a
others.
source that other than the
Yeah,
Bible that claims that the
apostles.
resurrection
The apostles
happened?
are the source.
Yeah, so and where would I find the apostles?
You find their writings all over.
So where would I? Could you point me towards writings from the apostles, verified from the apostles, that claim in these writings that the resurrection happened?
So you can find documents of.
Could you give me the name of one? I'm sure it would be a very famously named document.
It would have to. You'd have to go in and look at the. I'd have to Google it, but at the end of the day, I know they exist. So the Romans documented everything, right? Paul wanted to meet with Nero. He was told by God, you have to go to Rome, you have to meet with Nero. Nero is an emperor that existed. That's it. I mean, everybody knows that. So there's Roman accounts of these interactions with it. They documented it. Paul was taken on a ship that was sunk. There's Roman accounts that when the ship sank, Paul was on the ship with them.
So what I'm asking you is just for documents of the resurrection. I'm not asking about like Paul sinking on a ship. I'm asking for like a document that doesn't come from the Bible that claims that the resurrection happened.
The Bible, the document, it predates the Bible.
The document claiming that the resurrection happened predates the Bible?
Yes. When do you think?
What is the document that claims that the resurrection happened?
All the eyewitness accounts that they've written.
And so where would I find these eyewitness accounts?
You can just Google them.
They don't exist. It's just someone who claims that they exist. The only thing that we have.
No, listen.
We have.
You think that the day Jesus Christ?
I think we have Paul claiming that they happened, but
you say the day Jesus was crucified or resurrected that the Bible as a book just appeared. That's not what happened.
Yeah, that's fine, but I would expect it to be like within the lifetime of the disciples.
Right, and some of it was, and some of it was lost because a lot of.
Why wasn't all of it?
Because the fact is, at the time, the Christians were being persecuted by the Romans. You could be executed by any means by having any type of religious type of documents or anything in your house or in your possession. The same thing.
Could you just provide me the documents though?
The documents were written after the account.
But could you just provide me the documents?
Okay, let me. All you have to do is look it up.
But I'm not gonna. But that's your job. So if you have like a specific source you want me to look up, I'm happy to do so. I'm just not gonna I'm not gonna do, because I've looked into this before and I find nothing. I can find absolutely no mentions of a resurrection that don't just come from the Bible itself.
The Bible itself is a collection of the original, the paper. Okay, let me do this. So you have, let's say you take all the great speeches of the world and put them in one book, right? And then it's like, oh, well, show me the documentation of where this person did this or this person said that outside of that book. Well, the book was just created of all the things that they could find and all the knowledge that they had at the time, and they created the book. The original works are the original. The Gospel of Luke was its own gospel. It was its own thing. The Gospel of Paul, they were all their own accounts of what happened. The Gospel of Matthew was the account of the apostle who was with Jesus of what happened. They were all separate.
They were all written annonymously. We have no idea who wrote them.
Anonymously. They were all written from what the Gospel of Matthew is what Matthew said.
Gotcha. Wait, so would you mind showing me where in the Gospel of Matthew that it's claimed to have been written, or that like just like the proof that it was actually written by Matthew?
The
like
original
literally, I forget which gospel it is specifically, but like one of the disciples was like an illiterate fisherman. You're telling me that an illiterate fisherman wrote this like brilliant Greek prose?
They would speak it, and it would be written down.
But even then, like the prose of the original is written in like flawless Greek. This is not the type of Greek that is spoken by a fisherman.
It was translated. That's the point. It was the whole thing.
Gotcha. So it was not written by him. It was. So your theory is not that the words are his own, but rather that they were like done up.
So Plato didn't write everything. He would talk.
Yes, he did.
He did not. He was not you're considering the physical act of putting pen to paper. That's what you're saying. I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to say, I see how you twist it. You're like,
but all the words are even so, like all the words are Plato's.
Yeah, all the words of the Luke Gospel of Matthew are Matthew's.
No, they aren't. Wait, so which disciple is the one who was like the fisherman?
I think Peter. Peter was one of them. I think was one of the fishermen. Peter could talk, and people wrote down what he said. People wrote down what Peter said. People who could write, people who could afford paper, who could afford the oil just to stay awake on night.
Yeah, wait, but these people were illiterate and they did not talk this way.
Some there were very educated people. There were people who were
But they
educated
didn't
in the
have this
Jewish school
you
system.
need to have an education in order to be educated. If you were a fisherman, you are not educated in writing perfect
He
Greek prose.
didn't physically put the pen to the paper.
They aren't his words.
They are his words.
Like
Peter
fishermen
said these
would not
things.
talk in this like perfect Greek.
He didn't talk in perfect Greek. He
So
talked in
then they
Aramaic.
aren't his words.
They are. Oh, so okay. So if I say a speech today and you translate into Spanish, you're going to say they're not my words. It's a
No, wait. So
translation.
it's not about translation. Even the original Greek itself is written in like perfect prose.
Because Greeks wrote. The Greeks are the ones.
It's like
who
very
translated
perfect,
it.
very elegant prose.
Because they're the ones who translated it, and they made it more. They of course, like anything, they made it readable in some aspects of it. But when you're sitting here and you're saying Hebrew and Aramaic and all these things, oh well, it's not Greek. That doesn't mean anything. Peter. Let's use Peter's example. Peter could talk. Peter was a disciple. He went out and he's preached the word of God. And he said, this is what happened. I've seen this firsthand. Jesus is good. You need to follow these teachings. And people wrote that down with him. His following and his disciples and his people wrote that down. And through time, it was distributed and given. And then eventually, Greeks got a hold of it and converted it because Christianity was spreading across Greece. It was spreading across Persia. It was Cyprus. It was heading to Rome. Christianity was spreading like a wildfire. So as each country and each new area adapted or started to convert to Christianity and follow Jesus Christ, they rewrote those same things into their language.
Yeah. So
It's
okay.
still the original
That's
source is the source of Peter, which came from Jesus, was the original source.
wait. So who is the person who transcribed it and translated it?
Thousands of people did it.
Thousands of people translated this book just for Peter.
Well, no, not what book just for Peter. It was Peter's account of what happened.
Yeah. So who are the people who translated it into this perfect Greek? Who is the person who actually wrote the Greek?
Greeks.
Yes. Which one?
There was Greek, people who were.
Which one? Say a name.
There's no author.
It's written anonymously. Thank you.
No, but that's not. That doesn't. So that, but see, you're saying since it was written anonymously, it wasn't the words of the person. So the words of the person, when Peter spoke the words, people wrote it down in Hebrew, Aramaic, whatever. Christianity spread. When Christianity got to Greek, they took these same things and somebody who knew Aramaic or knew Latin or knew whatever they got their hands on said, oh, Christianity, this is it. This is what I want. This is the teaching of Jesus. And then they transcribed that into Greek so they could distribute it to the people that spoke Greek.
So we have no idea who actually did the translating. The
Followers
person
of
who
Peter
wrote
did.
the original the original New Testament, the original gospel, we have no fucking idea who actually wrote the words down.
The words came from the source.
And who was the source?
The source were the disciples. I don't
Yes,
understand.
but wait. But John and Peter were fishermen.
Right, and they spoke the words of Jesus Christ.
They spoke like,
the
wait, so do you have
followers.
any evidence whatsoever that fishermen were educated enough to be making these like fantastic sentences
What? Oh my gosh, man!
that at the time, like that these uneducated fishermen,
The
like
uneducated
writing
fishermen-
isn't that like writing, speaking, rhetoric, these aren't things that you
See,
like
look,
just
I understand
know. These
this,
are
man.
things that take a lot of practice.
Look, I know I got you reaching. I know I do. So it's
Wait,
okay.
but do you think that the people
No,
are just like
I-
born like
I-
good
I-
writers or good rhetoricians? Like
I-
you can
I-
grandstand and say that you have me all you want, but
I-
the fact
I
of the
am.
matter is that instead of being able to actually engage with the argument, you have to pivot to grandstanding.
I'm not grandstanding.
Yes, you are. You're like
telling you-
declaring victory.
Look, I see you're getting upset, and I don't want
Wait,
you to.
nobody's getting upset. I'm still calm.
What I want you to do. What I want you to do.
I think
is
you're just
understand.
projecting this onto me because you're stumbling a whole lot.
There's no projecting. I'm telling you right now. The person said the words. The person wrote the words down. The person said the words. You could say pick any of the disciples. You could pick Jesus. Jesus said the word. Jesus just did his teachings. Peter and John, everybody listened to those teachings, and Jesus said, "Go spread my word out there." They
Yeah.
did the same thing by preaching.
What's
Somewhere
your
along the
evidence
way,
that it was written by these people?
somewhere along the way, somebody wrote down what they were saying and their
Yes, and
teachings.
what's your
Just
evidence
like
for
Plato
that?
had scribes. Everybody
What's
had
your
scribes.
evidence for that?
Everybody had
What's like
scribes.
what's your what is your evidence that it was written
So
by
who
these
was the
people, that the
person?
words
Can
came
you
from the people themselves?
can you name me the people who were Plato's scribes? All of them?
I
No,
think
they
Plato was highly educated. I'm sure he
he
wrote
was
it
very
mostly
educated,
himself.
but Plato also had scribes who, as he talked, wrote things down for him.
Yes, but Plato's work was never like he never had the necessity to have
No,
it
no, 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 no,
translated,
no, no, no,
and
no, no,
nobody
no,
ever
no, no, no,
picked
no,
like
no, no.
these
Tell me who the
fancy
scribes
Greek
were.
words and
Until
replaced
you can
Plato's
tell
own
me
work
who
with
the
his own.
until you can tell me the names of the people who scribed Plato's work,
They were still Plato's
are
words. They
irrelevant.
were just
That's
written
what you're
down by
saying.
somebody else.
Dude,
Also, I think most of Plato's dialogues were probably just written by him.
I don't. You're just assuming now. So it's
Well,
okay
yes,
for you to
because the
assume and me not to.
details,
So you have faith
of
that
the
Plato wrote
works.
all those words.
So yeah, that's a really great point. So the details of Plato's works specifically relate to life experiences that Plato had, things
It's
that only Plato could know.
oh,
It's accounts of
okay.
meeting Socrates at specific locations that we know happened.
Oh, so the
It's
meeting of
like
Jesus Christ and Paul could not have happened on the river of Galilee, places we know were existent and know that happened.
wait,
Okay,
Hanji, do you have
so
something to add to this?
I do, yes. So you are correct, Ian. Most of Plato's works are his own.
No, who wrote his works down?
He did for the
He
most
didn't write them
part.
all. He
The
didn't write them all.
majority of his, sir, the majority of his works were written by himself. Socrates didn't write his workings because Socrates didn't believe in writing things down on
Oh,
paper
okay.
because people could switch it.
So since
Now,
Socrates is the favorite, so Socrates could not have existed because you cannot
Wait,
tell
Socrates
me.
is not
no,
the favorite. What?
Because
Socrates was actually, sir, I'm going to speak on my culture for a second, okay? Socrates was executed because of his belief systems in philosophy,
like
okay?
Jesus. Wow, look at that.
Yeah, and guess what? Socrates predates Jesus.
Correct, but you cannot tell me the
Thousands of
people
years.
who wrote down
Now,
his words.
sir,
Therefore, they are
I know. Educated women is really hard for you guys. I understand. Please.
No, what are you
Now,
talking about?
when it comes down,
See, that's not fair, right there.
sir,
You're
I
just
am
going to backstand
speaking.
on that.
Sir, I am speaking. Okay. When it comes to Socrates, Socrates didn't write his workings down because he felt that people could change what he was saying. Every time someone would write his workings down, he would burn it because he felt that it is education that needed to be spread through actual thinking, not writing it down on paper, because then it wouldn't become original. It would become heresy. The same thing with Plato. Plato learned a lot of his workings from Socrates, which is why whenever things were written down, Plato wrote them himself. He didn't believe in having others write for him because they would change his viewpoints and his aspects on things, which is why we have the story of Atlantis, which he actually learned from the Egyptians, which predates even his time by 9,000 years, according to the story. Now, when it comes to the New Testament is anonymous. The closest we have is actually Paul, because Paul was a legit Roman. He was writing what he was hearing, which happened after the fact of the New Testament being written, because the New Testament was written in 2 BC. So it was a lot later. The Dead Sea Scrolls are Old Testament and Septuagint. They have no mention of a resurrection. The Romans actually wrote down the quote unquote resurrection of Nero. Nero had 20,000 of his soldiers who supposedly witnessed his resurrection, and you can actually find it in a lot of Roman writings, especially in the stories of the Caesars, because Nero was technically a Caesar. Now, when it comes to the Old Testament is based on the belief systems of others, especially the Sumerians. The Sumerians already had a writing prompt. They had cuneiform, which is the earliest translation of hieroglyphs. And they're actually put on steles. They're not even put on actual papyri. Papyri came much later because it was expensive. you had to be really, really intelligent and really rich to even be able to have these types of ways of writing. So when it comes to the stories of Jesus and the whole story of Moses, the Exodus, Genesis, it was all at later dates. It was basically, think of a long game of telephone. They're writing down what they were hearing, what they were told. It's not something that actually happened within their time frame. It happened much later, a lot later. That's what Ian is trying to say. When it comes to the actual writings of the Bible, they came from later date points, not as it was happening.
Yeah, you can unmute if you want, if you have like something to say. I wonder if bro's like still talking.
Probably.
Yeah, I invited him to
Kima.
unmute.
Okay.
You said who wrote down the apostles' words? He said who wrote down the apostles' words? And I said it was written down by people throughout time who listened to Paul, who listened to John, who listened to all the Matthew and all these, and that those were the original sources that were eventually rewritten and translated by educated people. If that's the case, his argument is, well, if you can't tell me who sat next to Paul and wrote it down, I don't believe you. But yet we have the nerve to bring up Socrates, who has not one. You cannot give me one of Socrates' authors who sat down and wrote it because he burned.
Wait, Socrates didn't have
how
written
does
work,
he
though.
exist? How can you take anything Socrates said to be legit?
Because we have
no writing?
accounts of his execution.
Okay,
That's
we
the
have
difference.
We have accounts of every single one of the executions of the apostles, including Paul. Every one of them chose to die in horrific ways and be martyrs because
According
of their
to which
faith and what they've
source?
seen.
According to which
the
source?
sources of look at Paul. Paul's was documented. Paul's mostly history. He was a Roman. Paul was a Roman citizen.
Yes, yeah, but
Yes.
Paul was writing what he heard,
Paul,
not what
it
he
was based off
witnessed.
the exact thing. And if you
Paul
read
was
the
writing
Bible,
down rumors.
Paul was visited by God. Paul was visited by angels. Paul was told
Paul
by
had
God
a
what to
vision.
do.
It wasn't actually physical. And a lot of the stories that Paul wrote down were based on accounts that came way before his time.
Paul, oh, come on, guys. Come on. You're just reaching now. If you're not going to take
No,
it,
it's historical fact.
it's
I mean, you could date the
historical
New
fact is when you
Testament to 2 BC, which happened well after
Correct. What
these supposed stories even happened.
Paul had visions and Paul was visited by angels. His own account. His own account of that. And I think Luke was with him Luke followed Paul, if I'm not mistaken. Like I said, my Sunday school is a little old, but Luke followed with Paul and wrote his account of what happened. And his account was more if you look at it, was more on a historical aspect of it. None of these stories were written in fairy tale form. They were written on, this is what happened, this is what's going on. Paul is a Roman citizen and much of his we know a lot about him, like you said, because the Romans kept track of their citizens, and Paul.
So did the Egyptians. The Egyptians had actual papyrus. Well, I mean, considering that the Exodus and Moses happened in Egypt, they are just as valid. And we have actual recordings in papyri of people who were paying taxes, people who were working, the Ptolemies of the time, the pharaohs of the time, how they were building certain things. Now, the thing is that why is it that in all of these scriptures that we have from the Egyptians, there's no evidence of a Moses. There's no evidence of the Red Sea parting. There's no evidence of the plagues because it didn't happen. You see what I'm saying? It's basically
you're saying there was no Exodus from.
No, there was
There's
no
no
Exodus.
evidence.
Okay.
It's the same thing. Like, I mean, you're basically saying, oh, well, in the Bible, Egypt, the pharaohs did exist. Yes, we also have the Iliad and the Odyssey, which are actual real places that were written in this book. But a lot of the stuff that happened within that book was mythos. It's the same thing with the Bible. You have real places, you have real people who were in it, but at the same time, the basis of those stories are mythos. And a lot of them, especially
So I'm allowed to say the same
Book
thing
of
about
Enoch
Socrates. Then.
is
Socrates
more
was real,
Assyrian.
Plato was real, but Socrates was real, Plato was real. But since there's no real written thing from him, or you can't tell me the author that scribed his things, he's just not real.
Wait, so I think I think Jesus is real. I think he's like a real guy who actually
Yeah, he was
existed.
a real person. It was just the stories that they put based on him were mythos.
Yeah. Yeah, we believe Jesus existed. We don't believe Jesus like rose from the dead. These are two like wildly different claims. Like people exist. People don't rise from the dead though.
Right, but when you have the eyewitness accounts of these things happening, it's just
But
say it's just
which we don't.
which you
We have
do,
no
and you just
firsthand
choose not
accounts
to
of this
accept it. Look,
happening that we know was written firsthand.
there's evidence, and then there's no evidence, and then in the middle there's choosing just what evidence you want to look at. And look, I respect it. I had a really good time. I respect you guys' thing. It was fun. Honestly, this was fun. I hope I came off a little fun. It was a good little.
No, yeah,
idea.
you were fine. Yeah.
But
But I just want you to know that sometimes even eyewitness accounts cannot be reliable because you're saying, Jesus resurrected and he had witnesses is the same as Nero when he had 20,000 soldiers who witnessed his resurrection. You see what I'm saying? Like you can't credit one and not the other.
right, so that's where the word but there is enough evidence there to suggest maybe there's more investigation that needs to be done. Right. So when Jesus came back resurrected, he just wasn't here for a day and then left. He was here for what, 40 days before he ascended. So he had hundreds of interactions with people that were passed down constantly through time, and at points documented. Don't know who the original authors were, but people wrote this stuff down, and it was able to be translated throughout time. So Jesus didn't just a rock blew open, two people saw him, he went to heaven. He was here for a long time. He was here for over a month, and his apostles saw him. And to think that they were following a con man or something like this when they were willing to die horrible deaths for their faith in that man and what they've seen him do, to me, that's just what it's all about, what Christianity is all about. They were willing
But here's the problem with that, though, sir, is the fact that there's a lot of people who have unalived or made themselves martyrs for the things that they believe in. There were people who unalived themselves for Jim Jones. Jim Jones was a proclaimed, quote unquote, prophet. He saw himself as the Messiah, and
Right.
there's also other accounts of other deities that people truly believed in that they would unalive themselves for. So even that isn't validation enough to prove that one thing is real and the other one isn't.
But there's not
You,
enough
you
to
see what I'm
prove.
saying, though, right?
Right, but it goes both ways, is what I'm saying. It's not enough to disprove the other part of it. There's not enough there to disprove the existence of Jesus as the Son of God. I know you guys said he existed. I get it, but there's not enough when you have the accounts and the things that have happened. Everything, there's not enough there to disprove it either.
Well, yeah, but you haven't proven it is the problem. And if you haven't, unless you can prove to me that like a supernatural event happened, it's more logical. It's like more like fundamentally like sensical to just assume that supernatural things did in fact not happen.
Well,
That this is just going to be in line with reality. Like we know that these things are not physically possible.
Well, and the good thing is, here's the good thing at the end of all this, right? And I'm sorry, I don't know your name. I can't pronounce your name. I can't see it on my little screen. I apologize. I got a crack literally going through your name. Whoever your guest is.
Hanji.
Hanji, all right. Here's the beautiful thing, and this is the beautiful thing to everybody before I got to go start getting stuff for dinner. But the beautiful thing to everybody in the chat, and I hope nobody in the chat was saying anything ridiculous on either side because that's just not fun. But the beautiful thing is, I like what you said, where it's like a supernatural event or a supernatural occurrence. One day we'll all know, right? So it doesn't really matter. Individually, on an individual basis, all of the questions that were asked today, all the things will be answered one way or the other. So at the end of the day, it is, we're all going to experience death, and we'll find out on that day, and we'll see what was right and what we believed, and if we thought it. And before I leave, I just want to say, I know it might not mean much to you, but God bless. I love you guys.
Yeah, God
Awesome
bless you
debate.
too. Have a good
Keep
day.
going- keep doing
Zeus
what you're
bless
doing.
you. I don't believe in Yahweh, but I believe in Zeus.
Well, bless you. Have a good one, guys.
You
Yep.
too. May the
Yeah, thanks
gods
so
guide
much for
you.
coming on.
Bye-bye.
All right. So yeah, I just wanted to again help you out.
No, yeah. I think the historical evidence, I need to read more up on the resurrection because it's like pretty central. I think like the better Christians will just focus on the resurrection. But I think I need to. Do you have any like reading recommendations related to the resurrection or?
When it comes to the resurrection, I don't. I know Justin does because
Mhm.
he's more in tune as far as Bible. I'm more so on the mythos aspect from the older religions all the way up to the Septuagint. That's all I
Gotcha,
um
gotcha. Definitely.
but yeah.
Yeah, I can. I'll hit Justin up for some recommendations in that case. But I appreciate you coming on up here.
Yeah, not
Yeah,
a problem. All right, I'm jumping
yeah,
back down.
yeah, yeah. Thanks so much. Yeah. No, it's great to have like well-educated or like mutuals who want to come up and help. No, I definitely appreciate that. But hey, make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get the live out. We got a restriction, which is unfortunate, but I don't think a reset's going to be the move. Yeah, I don't think a reset's going to be the move. So we'll just we'll keep on chugging along, but make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get to 100K. You can leave as many likes as you want, comment, share it with your friends. You should also consider joining the Discord if you're 18 or older. It doesn't work via the link, so you need to copy it and paste it into the Discord app itself. That'll do, and that'll work. And I'd love to see you there. It's a great place, and I've really enjoyed getting to know everybody. You need to, or wait, if you want to support this stream, my Cash App and Venmo are in the bio. The Cash App is allegedly Ian, just that, and the Venmo is allegedly dash Ian. I appreciate any and all support. It would be very kind of you, especially insofar as TikTok takes like half of all the stuff that I make here. So if you want to more directly support me, the Venmo and the Cash App are going to be the way to do it. Yeah. Yep. Consider it. And with that, we will go to the next guest.
Yo, what's good, bro?
Hey, how's it going? How you doing?
Good. So look, so first off, I'm gonna put this out here. Like, I'm spiritual. I'm not a Christian, but at the end of the day, I'm gonna put this out here. So the first branch of Christianity got killed off by the Catholics.
I'm so sorry. I'm only looking for people who are like Christian or like Abrahamic. I apologize. I'm not really looking for people who are just spiritual. I think it makes for kind of a boring conversation. Because I don't have like the defeater to like whatever random spirituality that people are capable of like conceiving of themselves. So yeah, only request to join if you believe in like a specific religion. But with that, we'll try to get to the next guest. Damn. Drop a follow as well if you're enjoying the debate so far, so you never miss one in the future as we try to get some guests on up here. Hey, what's up, Ordinal? How's it going?
Good. How's it going?
Yeah, what do you have for me?
You don't believe God's real?
Yeah, we've talked before, I think.
Uh, did we?
Yeah, I think so. But what's your argument for the proof, or what's your argument for the existence of a God or the truth of Christianity? Thanks so much for the garland. I appreciate it. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much.
Well, um, there's really no argument that's gonna probably convince you besides I didn't plan on hopping up here, but the Lord wanted me to tell you it, you got some time left, man, but
You've literally
you got
already
it.
told me this before.
He's just watch out, brother. Like, I hope
Yeah, I only come up if you're not looking to preach. I'm only looking for like actual debates. So if you're just here to preach, please consider going elsewhere, because again, I am just looking for debates. Hey, how's it going? How you doing? Oh, I accept your surrender. Um, No, I'm never gonna get anyone. Damn, this is so rough. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
What's going on, man? Hey, I have just a couple of questions, right? So you said that the story of basically Moses was basically just a story.
Yeah,
Well, do
there's
you know?
no archaeological evidence for a mass exodus.
Well, yes, it kind of is. They have researchers that go to the Red Sea and they have melted sand, basically that's at the point of the degree that the pillar of fire came to lead the children of Israel through the Red Sea when the parting was taking place. And that was like some crazy odd number of degree of heat to melt the sand to turn it into glass. And
Yeah,
that's
so could you provide me the source, like the peer-reviewed source that says that this happened at exactly the time it was claimed to have happened in the Bible?
well,
Because the problem is I get like lots of people who claim that like XYZ event totally happened. It definitely did. Like, trust me, bro, it really happened. The problem is I have nobody who can actually provide me like a peer-reviewed source on the matter.
I mean, because how do we discover if history is real or not?
Yeah, so
Are
like peer-reviewed sources, archaeological evidence, who are able to date things to specific time periods, the occurrence of specific events at specific time periods.
Okay, so they found chariots at the bottom
No,
of the
they
Red
didn't.
Sea.
This isn't true. The very first thing that happens when you type like chariots in the Red Sea is like a Reuters article or something that says that it's been debunked.
Okay, now Sodom and Gomorrah, the city of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Okay, wait, I just want to point out to the audience. So this is the first pivot. So, and this is going to be true of like all the evidence that you bring to Christians or that Christians will bring to you, is that they can't substantiate any of it at all. So they just jump between like their various dubious claims. You want to go to Sodom and Gomorrah next?
Yeah, no.
Do you have
Wait,
do you have sources? So
I mean,
what's the specific claim made?
I can tell you why I jumped from that subject because it'll be idiotic of me to keep going on that subject if I know I saw it on YouTube, but I'm not sure of the name of the director, the artist, the archaeologist. I'm not gonna go that in depth of giving you that deep of a resource knowledge, and that would be stupid of me to just argue that point. The fact is, I do believe what they found is true about the melted sand, and I do believe about the chariots and stuff are real, because that's what I choose to believe, you know. But so I'm not gonna go further into that point. But so far as the Sodom and Gomorrah, the city of Sodom and Gomorrah, that it got destroyed by by fire by God. Why is that area full of sulfur? And you know what happens to sulfur when it gets hot?
So would you mind, could you tell me or give me a source that says that the sulfur around this area were a result of this specific time period that dates them back to like this time period?
I mean, everything has a story, right?
Yeah, but so everything has a story, but do you have a source?
I mean, every story has a source.
Yeah,
So,
so do you have like a peer-reviewed source, like like a scientific study?
so basically, if I tell you that a car works, I'm not an engineer to break it down and tell you that it works. I just have facts and proof that it's an actual car. There's a picture of a car. I have a keys to the car. It actually works. It runs. I might not know the mechanics behind the story of how the car was invented. So you're looking for answers to questions that's really irrelevant to what you're trying to say because
It's
you're,
not irrelevant because if you can't provide me like a peer-reviewed source, and I think the easier explanation is just that there's like sulfur around the city, and that there's been sulfur around the city for as long as the Earth has existed, or at least for like millions of years that sulfur has existed.
okay. So do you believe everything America says about that's on the continent of America? Do you believe that the stuff that's here always been here, or did somebody else put it here, or do you believe of like the Grand Canyon? Like, do you believe
What?
how that happened? They said,
What?
but I'm trying to break.
Whatever narrative is like leading in science as to how the Grand Canyon formed. That's what I probably believe. Yeah.
Okay, so basically, what I'm saying is that all of these historical facts or historical stories basically line up with science as well. So you can't, just because I'm not scientifically educated on how to break it down scientifically, that don't make the story not real, or that don't make the artifacts or another part of it, either mathematics wrong.
Yeah,
Like
that's
I don't.
fine. So if you have sources, I want to hear sources. I'm not just going to like listen to you
Okay,
like yap
what are
about
your
mythology.
sources?
Like I don't want yapping about mythology and then like well the source definitely exists. It's somewhere out there. Like just like look for it yourself, bro.
Okay,
Like
okay.
if you want to convince me of a
What are
claim, you
your
need to provide
sources to
evidence
prove
for that
that God
claim.
isn't real? So you
What?
believe nothing came from nothing?
Nothing came from nothing?
Yeah.
Do you wait,
So
do you mean something came from nothing?
no, I'm asking, do you believe nothing comes from nothing?
Do I believe that nothing comes from nothing?
Yeah.
Probably.
How is that probably?
That nothing comes from nothing, I guess.
If nothing
I
comes,
think
yes.
the
So
question you're trying to ask me is,
no, the
do you
question
think
is what
that
I'm actually
something comes
asking
from
you.
nothing?
Yes, does nothing come from nothing?
Are you asking me does nothing come from nothing or
Oh
does
my God,
something
this is
come
a
from
simple
nothing?
question, man. I
No,
thought
wait,
you was very smart.
yeah, fuck it. Yeah, nothing does come from nothing. That's correct.
Wow. So you believe everything that's something came from nothing,
No,
or
I
everything
think
that's
that
something
nothing comes
has to
from
do with
nothing.
nothing, and you believe nothing comes from nothing.
I think that nothing comes from nothing and that something comes from something. I think the universe is something and that it came from something.
So the nothing that the universe came from that you
The
say is
universe came,
something.
wait, you need to listen carefully. The universe came from something.
Okay. In your theory, what did the universe come from?
I would defend that the universe came from the singularity.
A singularity is still nothing.
So wait, where did God come from?
God has always been. You're
Okay.
talking
Yeah,
about
no,
an
that's perfect. That's
infinite.
perfect. So why is the singularity nothing? The singularity is not
Because
nothing.
a singularity doesn't prove anything. Nothing can actually come from nothing. A
You're
singularity
all
is nothing.
over the place. The
No,
singularity is not nothing. I can just say that the singularity existed eternally.
you're saying a singularity is like a Big Bang Theory, kind of, sort of.
Not really. The singularity is just the collection of all the matter and energy in the universe,
You're basically saying the Big Bang Theory.
which then led to the Big Bang. Yeah, the Big Bang has like
No,
a mountain of evidence. Yeah.
nothing doesn't lead to nothing, man. It has to be something
Wait,
first.
but the singularity is something. It's energy, it's matter. It's
No,
not
that
nothing.
singularity that is actually nothing, that we say
The
nothing in our space, actually
singularity,
came from something, but
the
it's still nothing.
singularity is
Singularity
not
is still
nothing.
nothing. It's still nothing.
What do you think nothing is? Do you have any arguments or is it just these like vague appeals to dogma?
Exactly. So to say that God isn't real
What do
is
you
to say
mean
that
exactly? I
nothing
just asked
is
you a
actually
question.
something.
I just asked you a question. What do you mean by nothing?
Is what you're actually stating. God is nothing. What you're trying to say is not real.
No, well, I'm saying that God isn't real. So in the same way like that like Superman isn't real.
See, Superman is nothing.
Yes, well, I mean, if that's what you want to call, I'd call them fictional. I don't know if I'd say that they're nothing.
But that nothing that you're trying to state, the singularity,
The
actually came
singularity
from
is
something.
something. Wait, do you agree that the singularity has matter and energy?
The singularity came from nothing. The Big Bang didn't happen because of singularity.
No,
The
wait.
singularity came from a higher source,
You are
which is an infinite being.
rambling. This is just gibberish. You haven't listened to a single thing that I've said.
I heard you. You said that when you go in the mirror, you look at your afro, and sometimes you pick it to the left, and sometimes you pick it to the right. Today you chose the left.
I don't think I said even a single word of that.
Sir,
This is like unwell. Like, are you doing okay?
sir, sir, who do you think created your afro?
This is like a tracking failure at the fundamental level.
Sir, if you track the diameter of your afro, it's lopsided. See, like your story
Bro's
is
pivoting
very
to ad
lopsided about
homs. This
God.
is so weird.
It's not weird, son. Your singularity theory is very weird. Singularity came from something, man. It's not nothing, and nothing don't create nothing.
Wow, I think I'm gonna just move on to the next one. Wow, that was strange. What a strange time that was. Yeah. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's share the live out. Drop a comment as well. consider joining the Discord if you're 18 or older. And with that, we can go ahead and pull up the next guest. Opinion on tag. I think tag is so. I think the defeater to tag is essentially just asking them. So,
Oh, you can hear me?
yeah, I can wait, but I'm just answering something in the comments really quick. So I think the defeater to tag is that if God created logic, then that means that there was a time before God created logic, which means that in this time before, or like point in causality before God created logic, it would be possible for God to both like exist and not exist, and also it wouldn't be the case that God is God, which to me is like the reductio, or God did not create logic. In which case, I think the defeater is just that like they're just saying that logic is like a fundamental part of the universe, and then you can, as the atheist, can just say that logic is a fundamental part of the universe. But yeah, what's up? How's it going?
Oh, yeah,
How
it's
old are
going
you?
good.
How
I'm
old are you?
18.
Yep. And
18.
what year were you born?
2005.
And what religion are you?
I'm Christian.
Okay. So do you have an argument for why God is real?
Yeah, of course I have argument for God is real. So like I was trying to say, like as he was saying, like he was explaining something, but like he didn't even know how to explain it. But like what I was trying to say is that like something has to occur for something to happen. So like he was saying, like there has to be a God for everything to happen and stuff. So that's what he was trying to explain to us. But my
Yeah.
explanation
Yeah.
to you, like how do you believe like the world was formed? Like
Yeah, so I believe that the world was formed via the Big Bang and like the which um I don't we don't know exactly where the Big Bang came from, but I would be willing to defend that it just came from the singularity and that the
yeah,
singularity could have
but the
existed
Big Bang is a
eternally.
theory though.
But
The
oh,
Big
so
Bang is a
when we
theory.
say not all theories are created equal, the Big Bang as a theory has tons of evidence for it. Specifically, that the universe used to be very small. We know that for a fact. The universe is now much bigger. We know that for a
But
fact. And that the universe is continuing to expand. We know that for a fact as well. Whereas we have no evidence for the existence of a god.
but I'm trying to tell you, like you saying that the Big Bang is like accurate because the evidence behind it, but it's still a theory though. It's not 100% accurate. So you
Yeah,
so
no.
you,
So
you,
so
you
so when we
can't
say
just claim
scientific
that the
theory,
world was basically made off the Big Bang theory.
yeah, so when we say a theory in in like a scientific context, what we're
Yeah,
saying is simply just that it's an explanation for how something happened. It's an explanation for how the universe got as big as it is.
but it's not certainly true though.
Again, so if we know that the universe was small, got bigger, and is continuing to get bigger, doesn't it seem logical like the universe rapidly expanded from like a very small point?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but like when you say that, like how do you explain like how were things made so perfectly just from one Big Bang?
They
Like
certainly weren't.
like our DNA and stuff, like everything that's made of us, like everything that's like we're complex. We're complex creatures. How was that made just with a Big Bang theory, just with one big explosion?
Yeah, no, it's not an explosion, it's a rapid expansion, slight difference. But I would appeal to things like evolution and abiogenesis.
Yeah, you said evolution and stuff, but still, like we're still made in a way like other animals, like the way humans like evolved, like other animals that evolved, like we're able to talk, we're able to make buildings and stuff, and all these kind of ideas and stuff. All these, let's not like what I'm trying to say is that
Animals
that,
also have
there
ideas
has there
about
has to be
things.
no, but like what animals is advanced as humans? What animals?
No, so we're the most intelligent animal, but then we
Exactly, but
lose
what
to
animal is
wait,
to the
hold
point like
on.
where we're making
We're doing
buildings?
like a lot of rambling. So we are the most intelligent animal, but then we're worse than other animals at a wide variety of things. We're less dexterous than like all the other apes, and then also like octopi. We're a lot less strong than like all of the other apes. Like we're very intelligent and we're very social creatures and we're very effective at what we do. But the fact of the matter is that like what we do is just like a niche. We fill a niche. We're very intelligent.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but I'm saying like the intelligence that we're given to make an exact world to the way it is, to the way it evolved and stuff, there has to be a creator behind that. There's no way
No,
that we
wait,
just
why?
came
So I
up
could
with
just say
that.
that the creator's like evolution.
No, like there has to be a God that's behind that, that's telling us, he's giving us the ideas to make
Yeah.
flying planes and stuff.
Wait.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So your argument is that there must be a God, and I say that's not true. Like it could have just come from evolution. Your counter argument is literally just no.
Yeah, because even some scientists have
That's not
gone
an
to say
argument,
like
buddy.
the way our
It's not an
DNA is
argument.
made.
Make a real argument.
I am making a real argument. And also, how do you explain people that experience miracles?
Wait.
Yeah.
So okay, let's. I just want to point out to the audience. So he couldn't defend his position that about like evolution and life coming from God and couldn't possibly come from evolution. So now he wants to pivot to miracles.
Yeah, how do
So
you explain miracles?
yeah, how do we explain miracles? I
Yeah,
would say that they simply did not happen.
they didn't happen.
Didn't
So
happen.
like me personally, I have personal stories of people from my family receiving miracles from God
Yeah,
and
so
stuff.
the miracles are all going to come down to a matter of interpretation. So if the things that happen to you happen to me, I would not be a Christian.
But like what I'm trying to tell you is that me personally, I've experienced miracles and people in my family have experienced miracles, like such as like one time one of my uncles he couldn't walk and stuff, and then he was prayed for and he began to walk. So how do you explain that? Saying that there's no God and people are saying
Wait,
miracles
so you're
and
saying
things are happening.
your uncle was wheelchair
Yeah,
bound.
he was wheelchair
He was
paralyzed,
wheelchair bound and then he just
wheelchair
prayed and then
paralyzed.
one day his legs worked. Did he go to like physical
Yes, he
did
was
he
prayed for
did
and
he
it
go to
worked.
physical therapy or something?
No physical therapy. He was prayed for and it worked.
Yeah,
And I
can
swear
I
to you,
get
this happened.
like a I don't know, just like an article other than you that claims as much?
But I'm
Because
telling you,
this would be a medical miracle
what
if
do
this
I gain?
happened.
What do I
I'm
gain
sure
from lying?
I'm
No,
sure
answer my
if
question.
something as fantastical as what you claimed happened, you'll have no problem providing like two or three
Answer my
sources
question.
claiming that it
What
happened.
do I gain from lying to you?
Yeah, because you gain like the ability to like do better in the debate
Do
essentially
better. What
by just like
for what?
lying about things that happened to
Why
you.
lying in the defense of God is nothing for me? I'm trying to tell you things that I experienced. How do you explain these things that happen?
Yeah, these things did not happen.
It did happen.
To
I'm
be
telling you,
clear, your
it's
uncle,
happened.
without any physical therapy or any medical intervention, did not go from being paralyzed in a
There's
wheelchair
millions
to
of people,
fully and
numerous
perfectly
people that
walking. That
experience
just did
miracles.
not happen.
Numerous people that experience
Can you
miracles. You can search it
provide
up.
me
There's
a
numerous
different
people. There's
source?
numerous
Can you
people.
provide me a different source?
There's even sources of people
Wait. I just want a source for the claim that you just made. Can you provide me a source, like an article in like your local newspaper or like a medical study saying that this happened?
of miracles occurring. Miracles occur
No,
all the time.
just of your uncle walking.
There's no article of it, but I
Oh
see it
yeah,
with my own
because it
personal
didn't fucking
eyes.
happen.
I'm trying to tell you what happened. But
Yeah,
there's
well, yeah,
you can go
I'm not
online and
gonna
search up
take your
numerous
word for
miracles
it,
that happen.
unfortunately, because
You can
Christians
search
love
up
to lie.
numerous miracles that happen. You can search it up.
Yeah, wait.
It's literally online.
You couldn't
After death
substantiate the
experiences, you can
walking.
search up after death
You
experiences.
couldn't
It's something real. They have
substantiate that your
articles on it.
uncle began to
They
walk,
have
which
articles of
means that you
after
need to
death
pivot away
experiences.
to a million other miracles. You
There's
can't
after
just
death
pick the
experiences.
miracle,
You ever heard of that?
pick one miracle that you think you can prove and prove it.
It's numerous miracles online. Search it up right now.
Yeah, so pick one
Okay.
that you think you can actually prove and prove it.
Okay.
Are you just doing your research right now?
Yeah, I'm showing you right now because there's numerous miracles. There's numerous things that happen
Wait,
online.
I want you to have your miracle on hand. I don't want you to figure out your position like during the debate.
What you mean figure out? You told me to search it up. That's what you just told me.
Yeah, wait, I want you to
Show
prove
a
to me. So
newspaper.
unless
Show
you
you
have
an
like a
article.
miracle on hand that you would like to use to prove the existence of God, how about, so you can like come back with a source later if you want.
You can search. There's a source right here. I'm showing right now. A man named Greg Thomas decided to his battle with God. He had cancer. He was gonna die. They prayed for him, and the cancer was gone.
Yeah, I
It's an article on it
wonder,
right now.
did he perhaps have like medical treatment or was it like,
No
so
medical
first
treatment.
of all,
The
cancer
doctor
goes into
told him.
remission on
The
its
doctor
own
told him he was on his
all the
last
time,
stage.
which means that I don't have any reason to believe that that's
The
from God.
doctor told him he
And
was on his
second
last
of all,
stage.
he was what?
The doctor told him he was on his last stage, preparing for his funeral. He
Yes,
went
wait,
to
wait.
an old
So
church,
he did get
prayed,
medical
and he
care.
was restored, and the
So
cancer
he
was
did
gone.
get medical care.
He did not get medical care. He was gone. He was about to die. Doctor said it was no more chances of him living. So what are you talking about?
Did they not give him chemo? Like clearly he's collaborating
They
with
gave him
doctors,
chemo,
so
but
presumably
they said he
yes,
has no
yeah, they gave him
possible chance of
chemo.
living. He was on his
Yes,
last stage, and they were
yes.
saying
I
that he
think that
was
it's
going to
much
die.
more likely. I think it's
You
much
can
more
search it up
likely
on,
that the chemo cured him.
JustTheFox.com. And
I
there's multiple
think it's
sites,
much
multiple
more
videos
likely
claiming
that the
of miracles
chemo
happening.
cured
So
him
so you're trying to
than
say
did
there's plenty
God
of
cured
miracles
him.
happening,
There's
and there's a God
literally
behind these miracles
no
that are happening.
evidence that
You
the only
just saying this.
way
You're just being ignorant.
this could
You're
have
just being ignorant.
happened
You're just
is
being
through
ignorant.
God.
You're just being ignorant.
You can
You're
call
just
me
being
whatever
ignorant.
names you want. Make a real argument.
I am making a real argument. Miracles are a
No,
real
you
thing that occur
aren't.
every
You're
time.
appealing to
Miracles
something
occur
that
all the
has.
time.
You're
There's
very mad.
millions of
Calm
people that are claiming
down.
of miracles happening.
Take
So what are
a
you talking
deep
about?
Take a deep breath. There's no reason why these miracles must have came from God. They could have come from the chemotherapy. Cancer goes
Bro,
into remission on its own all the time.
if somebody is saying in the name of Jesus receive healing and that person is healed, that is not from God. So where's that coming from?
So when people pray to God to save their kid with cancer and the kid dies anyway, is that God too?
Things happen for a reason. God has a reason. Some people live.
Okay, wait.
Everything
So
happens for a reason.
so do you think that from God's perspective is the death of the child good?
Maybe it was that child's time.
Yeah, so it was good from God's
Who
perspective.
am I to decide who could live and who could not live?
Yeah,
That's not
just
my
say
choice.
just say
That's
that
not my choice.
you should just say that from God's
chooses who he wants to live.
perspective.
At the end of the day,
From
God is
God's
a supreme
perspective,
being. He's a
this
supreme
kid
owner.
dying
He
of
knows what's
cancer
best.
is good.
He knows what's best. God knows what's best.
I
He
don't think
knows
so.
why
I
he's
think
bad.
I think
If a little
kids dying
child
of
dies
cancer
from
is bad.
cancer,
Actually,
even
I
though
think
his
it's a really
parents
bad
prayed,
thing.
that was for a reason.
I
That
think
was
it. I
for a
think
reason.
kids dying of cancer is bad. Actually, I think it's weird that you can't say the
Kids die of
same.
cancer, God knew why that kid has to die of cancer. There was a reason
I don't think
why.
any kid should
There's a
ever
reason.
have to die
And there's
of
a reason why
cancer.
some people get healed. So what are you trying to say, bro?
I
It
don't
doesn't
think
matter.
any kid should ever have to die from cancer.
Bro, if people die every day, bro, that's the
Yeah,
part of
wait.
life.
So if God is all good, then why would He create diseases?
God didn't create diseases.
So where did diseases come from?
Diseases came from Adam and Eve when we ate the apple and we became gods ourselves. And
Yeah,
this is what
so
happened.
that's not true.
This how
That's
things
not true for
form.
3 reasons. We know that diseases predate the fall of man, because we know that diseases predate the first humans. We have dinosaurs whose bones have cancer, and dinosaurs predate humans. We have fossilized E. coli from 30 million years ago. That
Bro,
predates humans.
I'm
We have
trying to tell you,
fossilized
bro, the
viruses
Bible
from
explains
long
all of these
before
things, man.
humans. So how, unless you reject the entire field of paleontology, it's not possible that diseases came from sin, because diseases existed
Diseases
long
all date back
before
to sin. If I'm
humans.
looking at my perspective, that's how
Wait,
diseases
I
form.
need you to
That's what I'm telling you.
engage with the argument. Do you agree that dinosaurs came before humans?
No, I do not believe that.
Do you think that rejecting the field of paleontology makes you look good? Like, do you think that anyone's going to think
Bro,
that you look good in this debate saying statements like dinosaurs did not come before humans?
bro, because that's not what happened, man. The whole world right now is just like trying to like go against Christianity, going against the way of God. That's what the world is basically based on. Everything that's
So,
happening right now is going against God, going against Christianity.
do
You
you
know
think
why?
do you
'Cause
think
it's
the
the truth.
paleontologists are just lying?
It's the truth. It's the
Do you
truth.
think people are trying to go
Paleontologists farther
paleontologists
away from Christianity
do you think
and try to put
paleontologists
things
are
and
just
create ideas
lying?
that are not true.
Do
Bro,
you think
either way, no matter
do you
what,
think
if
think
we're looking at science, bro,
paleontologists
let me talk. Let me talk.
are
Let me talk.
just
Let me talk.
lying? Do
Bro,
you
let me
think that
talk.
paleontologists are just lying?
Let me talk. If we are looking at science, bro, science is going to all the new research is going against Christianity and what Christianity
If you
stands for.
hate science so much, then
That's
turn
why
your
now
phone
I'm trying
off.
to
It's
look
a
at
yes or no
stuff of
question. Do
miracles
you
that are
think that
happening.
paleontologists are just lying?
Of course, bro.
You think that
Everything is wired against
paleontologists are
Christianity.
just
Yeah.
lying? Why would
Everything
they
is
do
wired against
that?
Christianity.
Do you wait?
That's
So
what I'm trying to tell you.
what about the geologists who claim that the Earth is like 4.5 billion years old? Do you think that the geologists are just lying?
Bro, of course, all these people are claiming lies.
So
That's
what
why,
about
bro.
the
Bro,
chemists
if
who
you're
do like
using
carbon
science to use
dating?
this debate, bro, obviously in a
What about
science
the
view,
chemists
you're
who
gonna
do
have
carbon
evidence
dating?
to
Do you think
say
that
this
these
and that.
chemists are
That's
just
why I'm
lying?
trying to tell you now. Can you please explain these miracles, these millions of miracles people are claiming every day happening? Can you please explain these miracles? That's what I'm trying to
Yeah,
ask
there's
you.
a
Because you saying
naturalistic
that there's no God
explanation
existence.
for all of these.
You're saying these miracles are not real, and there's
Wait, I'm
millions
saying that
of
there's a
people
naturalistic
claiming they've gone through
explanation for
miracles.
them.
There's videos online of people going
I'm
experiencing
saying
miracles.
that there's a naturalistic explanation for all of it.
So what I'm trying to tell you is that this comes from a God. There has to be a God for these miracles to happen.
No, I'm
People
saying
are
that it
praying
comes
to
from
these.
nature, that these are things that could naturally happen. But notice how the
Oh,
guest pivoted away from the science conversation, probably because you
because
know you
science goes
look
against the word of
crazy.
God. What are you
You
talking
look
about, bro?
crazy saying that
Science
all the
goes against the word of
paleontologists are
God.
lying.
So
You
no matter
look
how much science you
crazy
use,
saying
no
that
matter how
science
much
is
science you
bad.
use,
Science
science
is
is
really
going
good,
against the
actually.
word of
If you
God.
don't like science,
Science is
turn your
going
phone
against
off.
the word of God.
If
So
you
it
don't
doesn't.
like science, then you should regress back into the dark ages. The simple fact of the matter is that science is really good. It has advanced us as a society very far, and that you should have a deeper appreciation for science. If you don't like science, turn your phone off.
Like I said, I'm not saying I don't like science, but I'm trying to tell you, this modern day science, this modern age science is going against the word of God. That's why now I'm trying to tell you to explain these miracles and these millions of people that have claimed they see God and these after death experiences that people are experiencing, bro. There's millions of people out there saying that they died and came back to life and saying that they seen God. So how do you explain this? There's movies out
That's a
there that
good
people
question.
made. There's movies. There's many eyewitnesses. So what are you
You're
saying,
jumping
bro?
around. I've never heard one person make more claims in such a short time period. Instead of gish galloping, how about you pick a position that you feel strong about and you
Yes,
don't
I'm
pivot
feeling
away from
strong
it?
about miracles and experience
Yes.
people have experienced. So what are you
Yes.
saying?
Which one do you want to focus on? That I want you to
I want
pick
to
one
focus
that
on
you will
all these
not pivot
points.
away from.
These are all points that God exists.
I
So what are you
want you
talking
to
about?
pick
Because it all
one,
goes
pick
back to the
one
same claim.
miracle, pick
Because it
one
all goes
miracle
back
that
to the
you
same
will not
claim.
pivot away
It all
from.
goes back to the same claim.
All right, buddy. If you're not going to engage with the debate, I think I'm just going to move on to somebody who will. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Let's get to 120K while we, yeah, 120K likes. Drop a follow as well if you're enjoying the debate so far. If you're 18 or older, consider joining the Discord. I would love to see you there. And if you want to support the stream, there is the Venmo and Cash App are in the bio. Venmo is allegedly -Ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support. Thank you so much. And it's like more effective than any any of like the rest of it. Or it's like it's more words are hard. It's like more efficient than TikTok gifts. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, sorry, I had to take a second to think of it. I was blanking. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Good. Can science disprove God?
I don't think so, no.
Good. I heard like there was a claim where there was like Christians that believe in like God that created science or
Yeah,
something like
that's
that.
certainly possible. I don't really care about that though, because I think that God isn't real for philosophical reasons. I think philosophy can disprove God.
That's good to know.
Yeah, so do you believe in God?
No. About the
Oh.
universe issue, if you believe that like
Oh, I'm just looking for debates. Only request to join if you're like here for a debate. Otherwise, I need to move on to a different person who is actually here because they disagree and want to debate. I don't want to just do like a little like group sesh or whatever. Hey, how's it going?
Thank God I'm finally on, man. I
Mhm.
was waiting for a while, man. So I just want to ask permission, because like you said, this is a debate and we should stay on topic.
Mhm.
My first question is, do I have permission to ask something that's it's along the same lines, but just a little different, but it'll be after the whole first part, if you don't mind.
Yeah, wait, can I just like what religion are you and how old are you?
Well, I'm 30. I'm not religious, but I do believe there is a God in a sense, just not from a Christian standpoint. I do believe there is a God, but it's
Yeah, sorry, I'm only looking for like debates about like the Abrahamic God. I'm not really, excuse me, not really looking for and I'm sorry because it sucks, but I don't want to waste anybody's time. So only request to join. The only people I'm interested in debating are not like people who are like vaguely spiritual or believe in like a God in some sense. I'm looking for people who believe in
Nigga, shut the fuck up. You a bitch, nigga. Shut the fuck up,
yeah, that's
nigga.
nice, bro. Most argument or that's like the best argument for Christianity I think I've heard. I'm feeling converted right now. Damn, I wonder if those people actually think that they look good. I wonder if the thought of like rhetorical considerations even like pop into their head a single time. All right. Yeah, but make sure you're double tapping on that screen. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hello.
SJH, are you there?
Yeah.
How old are you?
14.
You gotta be 18 or older, sorry. Yeah, if you're not 18 or older, don't request to join. If you sound like a fetus, don't request to join. Only request to join if you're 18 or older. Otherwise, I need to move on to someone who is. It's TikTok TOS. Um, yeah, trying to find someone. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Good.
How old are you?
21, bitch.
That's not true. That's not the case. 21-year-olds don't talk that way. Sorry, gang. I'm like really, I'm doing everything I can. Hey, how about you drop like a 777 in chat if you're 18 or older, if you have like real, genuine, honest to God arguments, like only request to join if that's the case. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Yo,
You are not 18 or older.
dickhead.
Yeah, nice one. Hey, what's up? How's it going? How old are
Okay,
you?
it's going good. I'm 19. How are you?
Okay. Yeah, doing good, doing good. So, do you think God is real?
Yes, I do.
And what religion are you?
I'm Christian.
So, do you have like proof for the truth of Christianity or like an argument for why God is real?
I mean, argumentative would be like testimony wise.
No, no, I'm like deeply uninterested in testimony because there's like testimony in every single religion. So, I mean, like you might claim to have had like a spiritual experience, as do lots of Hindu people, as do lots of Muslim people, as do like even like Hellenists
Yeah,
would
can
claim to
you
have
give me
spiritual.
like a background story on like why do you think it's not real? Like, have you ever had any religious like moments or anything like that?
I sure haven't, but I'll tell you why. I'll give you an argument. So I think that the existence of a god is incompatible with the existence of natural gratuitous evils. Things like disease, things like the sun giving us skin cancer, things like earthquakes taking the lives of 60,000 people a year. I don't think these things are compatible with the existence of an all good, all loving God.
Okay, I definitely understand it, but you do know. Did you read the Bible? Have you read the Bible
I've
before?
read parts of the Bible. I haven't read the full Bible. But
Um,
wait, so I guess like where do you think that earthquakes come from?
It definitely. I mean, in a sense, you can't put it in the spiritual realm because everything is happening like in modern day. Every like it's happening in our lives in every moment. They didn't tell us that this was happening in the spiritual realm, so we have to look at it in the spiritual realm as being Christian. So I definitely understand where you're coming from, but it just depends on at what outlook you're looking at, and like if you've read the Bible, like deeply read it and understand it in like in the spiritual realm, then you would know. But like, I mean, I can't just break it down to you because I mean,
So but who caused the question was just who causes earthquakes or like what causes earthquakes?
I think just natural disaster. Like the Earth has been here for more than we have known. We're just. I mean, I'm 19, so I've only been here 19 years. So it's like it's not enough study just to say that I could just tell you where it come from, but if you ask me, natural disaster, the weather pattern, the Earth rotation, I mean, it could be means of things. The water pattern, like the fires, like it's just
Yeah,
so
so
much.
who made all of these things?
I mean, I feel like that's a question that answers itself.
Yeah, is it God?
I wouldn't say God. I would say just that's just like universal things, like weather
And so
patterns.
but who made the universe and the universal things?
Now that one right there, I can't give you an answer to that because it's like
You don't know? You have no idea?
I mean, in the Bible, it said God created heavens and earth. So
Yeah, so you would say
therefore,
that God created all these things that cause earthquakes. So when God made all these things that cause earthquakes, did God know that they would cause earthquakes?
I'm pretty sure he did. God doesn't allow something to happen that he doesn't want to happen. God allows everything to happen.
Yeah, so we agree that like God is the cause of earthquakes. So if God does something, is it good?
I mean, it could be good and bad.
No, wait, so
He
you think
definitely does.
God is capable of doing bad things?
God is capable of doing bad things and good things. He allows bad things to happen. He allows bad things to happen to you or to the earth or
Mhm.
however you want to explain it. He allows those things to happen for you to learn from it.
Okay, so you think that God does both good and bad things. So do you think that God is all good?
I don't think that I wouldn't say that. It's how you're wording it. I think that God is a mighty God and he's a good God, but I think that he allows things like earthquakes to happen so that he can open our eyes. I think he allows those things to happen. Those are natural
Hmm.
disasters. Like
But
there's nothing we could do about that.
do you think God is omnibenevolent?
Can you go in more detail?
Yeah, like God is just like perfectly like loving and benevolent, that he is just like extremely like kind. It's essentially just like all good, but it's like the term that all the Christian theologists use.
If you ask me, I do believe that, yes.
Yeah, so how can an all good God do bad things?
It's not necessarily bad. We live in a life of sin. It's in the Bible. Um, Things are prone to happen, like it did even in the Bible. Even in the Bible days, there were disasters that happened. There were storms. There were things that happened in the Bible. Like if you have ever read the Bible, there are stories. There are like if I could just tell you like one story right now, like I would, but I just can't think about it right now because we on this little short live. But God has allowed things like that to happen, like natural disasters. Those things were in the Bible.
Yeah, that's totally cool. I'm sure that whoever, because I think the Bible was written by humans, so I'm sure whichever humans wrote the
I mean, it was
Bible
rewritten multiple times.
probably witnessed those natural disasters. Like sounds good. Like that sounds cool. But the fact of the matter is that do you hold that like earth, so you think that an all good God is capable of doing bad things?
Just to say that he's all good, but like I said, he allows those things to happen. Like he doesn't allow something to happen if he doesn't want it to happen. You
Yeah,
see what I'm
so
saying?
you're saying that an all good God can do bad things.
Yes.
So he can be both all good and also there's some parts of him that are not good.
I'm not saying that he's not good, but he will allow bad
Do
things
you
to
do you
happen.
think do you think bad is good?
Depending on what aspect you're talking about, if he's allowing you to learn from this particular bad thing or if he's allowing you to get a different interpretation of it, yes. Correct.
But you would ultimately hold that like at the
I
end
like
from
that
God's
question. Somebody
perspective
said,
that
"What
all of
do
it
you
is good.
consider bad? What do you consider bad? Like besides?"
It's an internal critique. So we're just using whatever you think good or bad is and then we're finding contradictions.
Okay, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so
Okay, well, we could just use this for
From
instance.
God's
Cancer.
perspective, do you think that God thinks that earthquakes are good?
I mean, yes, I don't think he would allow them to happen if they weren't.
Okay.
God
I
created
think
him.
that's like pretty on-face psychotic because earthquakes are like really bad. They destroy families, livelihoods, they kill like 60,000 people a year. So there was like an earthquake in 2004 in Indonesia that took the lives of I think 224,000 people. So from God's perspective, the death of these 224,000 people was good.
It happened for a reason.
So
It didn't
so
happen
from
for a reason.
God's perspective it was good.
If you ask me, I would think so. I would think that it wasn't for a bad reason. I don't think that it was. If he does something, it was meant for it to happen. God doesn't do anything just for no reason.
Well, it sounds like God's a sick fuck then, because, like, quite frankly, I think the unaliving of 224,000 people is really bad, actually.
Okay, so can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it.
What do you believe in? What is your
I'm an atheist.
Okay, so can you go in more detail?
I don't think God is real.
So what do you believe in?
I'm an atheist.
So like you don't believe in anything?
In terms of like theological, I don't believe in anything. Like I don't believe in any gods or like devils or like spiritual things.
So you believe that basically things happen for a reason and like everything is basically controlled. That's what you believe? I mean, like, kind of in a sense, that's what I'm getting. Like, basically, like, you don't believe that there's any God. You don't believe in any spirituality, like anything that has to do with the universe. Like, well,
No, I don't believe in any spirituality, no.
And why is that?
Because I think naturalism is just a much simpler worldview than supernaturalism. That it's easier to just assume that the only things that exist are natural rather than that the only things that exist, or that like natural things exist
Well,
and also
like, okay,
supernatural
well,
things
that's like,
exist.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but like, just to say, like, basically, if that's the case, then the galaxy is supernatural. You see what I'm saying? And God created the
No.
heavens and earth. I mean, that's kind of what you're saying.
No. So I'm just when I say naturalism, or like natural things, I'm just talking about like things that can arise from nature. I think the galaxy is a part of nature. Whereas I think spirits or ghosts or specters or imps or like gremlins or snarks
So
or
you have
gods,
never
like
came
these are all like
into like
supernatural
so
things.
have you
These things
never
don't
came in
actually
contact
exist.
with anything like spiritual, like as in like dreams? You don't believe in things like that, like
I believe in dreams because I experience them. I just think dreams are natural.
so you don't think that they're supernatural?
No, I don't believe anything is supernatural. There's not a single thing that I think actually exists that's supernatural.
Okay, well, is there any more questions that you need to ask me? Like,
Yeah, I can run like a different contradiction on you if you want.
okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. So this is like the problem of omniscience and free will. I don't think God can both know everything, including what he's going to do in the future, and also have free will. So do you think that God knows everything?
I mean, I do. Yes, I do.
Yeah, and do you think that God has free will, that he's like the ability to make choices?
Of course.
Yeah, so when God made the earth, did he know that he was going to make humans?
Yes.
Okay, so he knew he was going to make humans. Could he have chosen to not make humans before he did?
I mean, there were humans in the past life before us, so I definitely think that. Yeah.
So he could have just chosen to not make humans.
I don't think that he could have chose not to make humans, but I mean, I think that that was his choice.
He could not have chosen to not make humans?
I didn't say that he couldn't have chosen it, but I'm saying his choice was to make humans. He made humans, animals, like everything. What do you mean?
Yeah, yeah, but before he makes humans, could he have just chosen to not make humans?
You're asking me like if God would have chosen to not make humans?
Not like would he, could he?
I mean, God is God, so I feel like if that was what he wanted to do, then yes.
Yeah, okay. So we have God knowing that he's going to make humans, choosing to not make humans. Did God know that he was going to choose to not make humans in this scenario?
Okay, can you reword that for me? Like, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
so
I don't want to
if
seem like I'm
God
confused,
knows,
but it's
is it
like,
possible for God to both know he's going to make humans and then choose to not make humans? Or let's take an easier example. Let's do like the alligator. Did like before God made alligators, did God know he was going to make alligators?
yeah. I mean, it was an intentional
Mm,
thing.
yep, and could God have just chosen not to make alligators?
The world we live in, I can't just give you a straight up answer on that because I mean, shit, I was born into this, so it was like
Mm.
it's kind of natural to me. As like as you're saying, everything around me in this world is natural. So whatever God did choose to make, He made it, and that was what He made. So even if He didn't choose to make it, I'm pretty sure He could have chose not to, and it probably would have been a different form. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, cool. So that's perfect. So he could have chosen to do differently. He knew he was going to make alligators. He could have chosen to not make alligators. Um, so in this scenario, let's say he knows he's going to make alligators. He chooses not to make alligators. Did he know that he was going to change his mind about making alligators?
I don't think so.
Okay, then God is not all-knowing.
I wouldn't say he's not all knowing because he knows what he wants to do. He has intention on everything. Like I told you in the beginning, If he didn't want to not put those alligators, or if he didn't want to put us humans, just to save me, if he didn't want me here, he wouldn't have me here. You see what I'm saying? If he didn't want you here, he wouldn't have you here. So obviously, everyone is here for a reason. The earth is here for a reason. There is sun and light for a reason. You see what I'm saying? Like, I need like a different allegation. I'm sorry, like I don't understand like the way you're wording it, because in the Bible, in the beginning, God created man and earth. He created heavens and earth. You see what I'm saying? So like it's like
Yeah.
the way you're
But
wording it.
I appreciate you coming on, but I'm probably gonna move on to the next guest. Um, hey, make sure you're dropping a follow if you're enjoying the debates. Keep on double tapping on that screen. Share it with your friends. Drop a comment as well. And with that, we can go to the next guest. But also consider joining the Discord if you're 18 or older. I would absolutely love to see you there. You need to copy and paste it into the place specifically. Like you need to copy it and paste it into the Discord app itself. Sorry, I get so like blurry after debates. But you can also, if you want to support the stream, you should. My Venmo and Cash App are in the bio. The Venmo is allegedly -Ian. The Cash App is just allegedly Ian. I appreciate any and all support while we try to find our next guest.
Hello?
Hey, what's up? How's it going? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Uh-huh. And what religion do you believe in?
Christian.
Okay. So do you have proof for the truth of Christianity or an argument for why God is real?
Proof as in what, like physical proof, or like what do we?
Yeah, just like philosophical proof, scientific proof, historic proof, like one of those, like any proof that you feel confident in.
I mean, there's been, I don't know exactly if it was, I think it was Einstein, but I don't remember what exact one of his what do they call these things? Like fuck, I just woke up my phone. But I don't know which rule or whatever they call those things, like his law of relativity or something like that. But it's one of those that he himself went against because
What?
it pointed to there being, something out there that's all powerful. And
Yeah, this just sounds like nonsense to me. I have no idea what this even means.
I mean, I don't know what you want me to say as in evidence. Like I can't say anything spiritually because you're gonna tell me that that's not real.
Yeah, that's like most
That's why I'm
likely.
like,
Yeah.
the Bible is enough for me to know that God is real.
So you're essentially just saying that the Bible is true because the Bible is true.
No, I'm saying that the Bible is true when you read and understand it.
Yeah. So what
And
what
you
what
actually
reading and
follow
understanding
it.
leads to the belief that it's true?
Yeah, because you connect to God, because that's the book that leads you to Him.
Yeah, everyone in every religion claims to connect with their gods. Like this is true just
Okay.
every religion.
Yeah, I mean, I think in this world, when you believe in something, like if you believe in something hard enough, or if you put a lot of effort into something, you should start seeing results.
I have no idea what you want me to do with that, but I'll just like give you an argument, I guess. So,
Okay.
if God is all good, why did he create the earth such that it does earthquakes?
Such that it does earthquakes.
Yeah.
They're, natural disasters. They're a part of the world. It came with the world.
So
I,
who made the
I
world
can't.
that way?
God made this world.
Oh, so then God made it such that there would be earthquakes. Why would God
Yeah.
do that?
I would love to ask him this one day, but before then, I mean, I don't know. I'm not God, so it's
Do you
like
think that earthquakes are a loving thing to do?
I wouldn't say they're a loving thing, but it's a part of the world. The
But
world that He
is
created
God
to
all
begin with.
loving?
He is all loving.
Is everything God does loving?
I wouldn't say everything God does is loving because He's wiped this earth out before.
Oh, so then it sounds like God is not all loving if there's instances of God not doing things that are loving.
No, that doesn't define His love because of that action. It doesn't define His love.
Let's say that like sometimes, or that I'm like an all-loving father, but occasionally I'll take one of my kids and like drown them in a bathtub. Would I be an all-loving father?
Occasionally,
Yeah,
how many
like
times
just
has
once,
God?
and then I promise never to do it again. Would I be an all-loving father?
If you drown your kids, like
Yeah.
no,
In the
but you're
same
not
way,
God.
God is
It's
not
not
an
the
all-loving
same, bro.
God.
It's not the trust, bro. It's not the same. You're not God, bro.
Okay,
You
wait. So
can't create a human. Listen, listen.
do you
Let
think
me finish
goodness
this.
to humans is different from goodness to God?
Yes, you can't create a human. Who says you
So when
can
we say
create
that
a
a
human,
human is
God?
good, that's not the same thing as saying God is good.
No, if I could look, if I was God and I created all of us, I think I would have already been out of patience. Like I would have been fed up already.
Yeah,
Like
I mean, if I were God, I probably
I
would have
would have
made
wiped
things
this world
different.
out 16 times, probably more. But it's like He's God. He's patient. He's all loving. He's kind. He created us.
Yeah,
Who am
he's
I?
patient and all loving, except at the start when he had to drown everybody because of his like impatience and regret with creating humanity.
Impatience.
Every right to do whatever they want to do.
Yo, W Maddie, W Maddie, W Maddie. All right, we are just looking for some debates, but W Maddie, we love you. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
28.
28, perfect. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
I don't know. I think it matters on who you are and what your morals are, you know?
I'm asking you, KJ, who are you? What are your morals? Do you think being a lesbian is wrong?
I mean, me personally, I do, but I mean, I know why some people do.
So why do you?
I'm from Alabama.
I got family in Tennessee. I'm not
Okay.
making fun of him. So why do you?
I don't know. I can justify a couple scenes, you know. I know there's people that, you know, they might have been raped as a kid or something, you know, or older and chose it, or maybe that was just their preference, or, you know, there's a lot of reasons that people do it and they choose, you know, lesbian or gay, but
Oh, 1 second. So actually, you cannot say the word GAY on the live. Okay, so saying that shit will actually get the live taken down. I have to kick you. Like, you cannot come up in here and saying that they were raped as kids and this is why they choose. Dude, that will get the live taken down. All right, I'm so sorry for the 2,000 people watching. I had to kick her in order for us to, like, not have the live taken down. But yo, KJ, hop back in those guest requests and we can continue the conversation. But that shit will definitely get the live taken down. Yeah, no worries. KJ, just re-requests, but just as a little bit of a warning, you cannot say the word GAY and try to stay away from the choosing argument, but maybe I can re-explain those. I can explain those things to you. We're going to go and give her a second to hop back in the guest requests. I just have to be super careful with that rhetoric, guys, so we don't get taken down. So, KJ, if I do see you, I will go ahead and let you right back up, but we're going to move on to our next guest at this point. Gosh, guys. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Nice. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
I'm a lesbian. I'm just wondering why you always go on live talking about lesbians.
Oh, yeah, because I don't like homophobia. It's pretty shitty, man.
But you're not a lesbian, so I just don't understand why you're always talking about us when you're not a part of our community.
Oh, hey, are you, what's your race?
I'm
Just real
white.
quick.
I'm a white
You're white.
lesbian.
Do you think that racism against black people is wrong?
Of course.
Wait, why? You're not a part of their community.
No, I'm just saying that it's kind of weird that you're doing
See
it
the point
every
here?
single day. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, so actually, I don't do it every single day. I also talk about
I've
topics
seen you.
related
I've
to
seen you on
misogyny.
multiple lives saying why is lesbianism wrong, and it just feels kind of performative. You know?
Okay, I
Can
mean,
you
so
recognize
if you're,
that?
so I mean, if you just have like this idea that like I'm doing it out of some like performative notion, like maybe like I could demonstrate to you that that's not the case by just simply asking you to continue to watch the live. But like I do want to recognize that as a legitimate concern because I do think that there is people who come on here and are performative and only do it for like the fame, clout, money, or income, etc. But you know, like the reason I come on here every day is because I believe that I'm very good at like debating these issues, and I'm also like very passionate against systems of prejudice, specifically against the LGBTQ plus community. And I feel like through my like advocation for the community, while not being a member myself, I am able to hopefully socially diminish that to some degree, and that's what I care about. I just want to see a society where being gay, being lesbian is looked at no differently than being straight, and that is really what I care about.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate it. I wanted to ask why. I didn't have any preconceived notions. It just like I've seen your live multiple times, and I don't know, some people will just like post something like, why is being lesbian wrong? And then they just like are using it for views. So if you're doing it for the right reasons, I appreciate you. I was curious.
Well, I mean, Chloe, let me be honest. So, I mean, I have had people come up on my live and like accuse me of being, like performative in the past, and like I've gotten upset. But then I met performative debaters, and I recognize that people are out there doing that.
Yeah,
and
valid.
this is harmful to your community, so I'm not upset with you.
Yeah, no, I'm not
And
upset
so,
with you either.
and I appreciate you for coming up here and voicing that. And I'd entice you to maybe watch the live for a little bit and make your own judgment on my character and if I'm performative or not.
Cool, thank you.
Hey, I appreciate you for coming up. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say. Yeah, guys, not the all guests. Like, there's people out there that are performative. I used to just get mad when people like that would come up, but then I recognize that is a harm to the community. So, hey, what's up, Nada? Oh, Nada automatically dipped down. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest, Hector here, y'all. Also, guys, make sure that we are double tapping on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 100K likes. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest here has to say. What's up, Hector? How old are you?
What's up, bro? I'm 21 years old.
Nice, man. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
I feel as if I can't morally say that what's right, what's wrong, but I feel like I have to make it clear that I believe that I'm a Christian man, and I believe that the unity between man and women is sacred, and it's a beautiful thing. And I don't know, part of seeing your comment section about El Gas, this, with another woman, right? Women weren't really supporting women just now, so it kind of made me regress a little.
Oh, Hector. All right, so we're going to go ahead and go over a couple points here. So, yeah, you're saying that women aren't supporting women when the women in my comment section thought that that a woman on my live was saying something that was like false, wrong, or harmful. But then, of course, when we had further productive dialogue and it was recognized by everyone watching that it was not false, harmful, or unproductive, they started spamming W guests. And I just think it's actually incredibly wrong of you to weaponize this idea that women support women into like trying to silence like legitimate concerns or critiques. And then additionally here, you're a fucking Christian. And where am I going wrong when I say that this is hypocritical of you? Because what happened to people supporting people? Do you know how vehemently and adamantly the Bible preaches about loving your neighbor, but then you and your brothers and your sisters will turn the fuck around and sentence people to hell or say that they should be unalived because of an innate aspect of their identity that can't be changed? Yeah, this is quite a hypocritical statement coming out of your mouth, Hector.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm doing.
I just have
You can
one
clearly see what
question
I'm
for
doing.
you. Hector, I just have one question for you.
Go
Can
ahead.
you go ahead and name one single verse in the Bible that tells us being a lesbian is wrong?
No, but why? What does that have anything to do with what I'm saying? I was just saying that I looking at your comment section. I looking at all these people. They weren't very supportive. They were just blatantly throwing out Gen Z or whatever hatred on this poor person for what? Just saying her opinion. And am I saying that you're gonna go to hell? No, I sure as hell am not doing that. I sure as hell don't remember myself saying, "Oh, this is bad, this or the other." When did I just say that?
Are you
I didn't.
are you saying that you're upset at the comment section right now for like being critical of the beliefs of others, even when they'd align with their beliefs in some aspects? Like, we do understand that the guest, based off upon like the first couple sentences that the guest had to share, like the people watching my live that know me, know my character, and I've been supporting for a while, like know that I'm not performative, so automatically jump to the conclusion that what the guest was saying was false and could potentially be harmful. But with further conversation between me and the guest, it was recognized that her intentions were not bad and were actually good, and was nothing more than merely looking for a point of clarification. So then
Yes,
the
it took
chat
you a while
stopped
to do
spamming
that,
out
didn't
guys.
it?
So I
Took
mean,
you a
what is
while
your
to do
point
that,
coming
didn't
up
it?
in here?
I don't really have a point, bro. Just
Yeah,
go on
yeah,
ahead.
no, you never have a point. You never have a point because when people like you actually get the logic of your statements,
People like
and of
me,
your
huh?
beliefs
People like
pressed
me,
back,
huh? Yeah, hilarious, bro. You really are so supportive. You're funny, bro. You're funny. People like you. You have any idea the type of people who have used that statement, bro? They look a lot like you, and they would say that to people that didn't support any of their views, and you're just doing that right now. What is wrong with you, really? Me?
No,
What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you, really? I'm
I'm
like that
particularly
statement you
referring to
just said
Christians. I'm
is
particularly
absolutely
referring to Christians.
ridiculous and bonkers, bro. What the hell are you talking about? You don't know me. You don't know me. You don't know my character. You don't know what I stand for.
Oh yeah, well,
But
the
you're
one
out
thing
here like people like you. Oh wow, yeah, you make me sick, bro. That's ridiculous. People
Okay.
like you.
So
Hilarious, bro.
So people
Hilarious.
like you, Hector, people like you in the sense of Christians who come up on my live, like virtue signal and say that I'm not the arbiter of morality, but marriage is a sacred ceremony between men and women, and being a lesbian is wrong. But I'm not gonna say that part out loud, and I'm not gonna engage in any further conversation, and I can't give you any scripture from this book I call the Bible to justify my belief, and I'm secretly just hiding my prejudice against members of the LGBTQ plus community. Yes, those beliefs are harmful. They don't have justification. And when there's any logic, fact, or reason insofar as giving pushback against those beliefs, they fold under pressure. And you have now completely pivoted from me making a very valid statement and voicing my genuine concerns about Christianity as a whole and people baselessly following this book to condemn others and to virtue signaling that others have used this same statement in the past to perpetuate things such as racism, to perpetuate things such as, like other harmful types of prejudice, which I agree with. I will say I should have had a better word choice, but I don't think it's fair with you to harp on this point insofar as to reject all my critiques of your worldview insofar as our conversation goes. So I will just like to say real quick, are you willing to engage in a conversation with me specifically on the basis of why you find it wrong to be a lesbian?
That's the thing, though, bro. You haven't even asked me that question. I haven't even answered it truly, like 100%. I'm telling you,
and I'm now giving you the mic.
My girlfriend's sister is a lesbian. She's
don't
dating
tokenize
a
your
girl.
girlfriend's sister.
She's dating a girl.
Don't tokenize your girlfriend's sister.
What?
Don't tokenize your girlfriend's sister.
I love her, bro. I love her. You see, that's what you're saying, because you are out here simply saying that I hate you. I don't hate you. I don't hate anybody in this comment section. I don't hate anybody that says they love him, her.
Perfect.
I don't care. I don't care if this person says they're purple, black. I don't care, bro. Listen, you think.
Listen, you got your little what do you call them? You got your terms and service out of the way. You got your disclaimers out of the way. You don't hate anyone, okay? So do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
I just told you, no, dude, no.
Perfect. Moving on to the next guest, because we're only looking to talk to people that do. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest, Bella, has to say. Keep in mind, if we are in those guest requests, make sure that we do think that being a lesbian is wrong. All right, Dean, where's Danny? He's in Colorado right now. What's up, Bella? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 28. Oh, I just want to say I love being a lesbian. That's it. You can take
W
it now.
Bella. Base guest. Massive W Bella in that comment section. Massive W Bella. By the way, guys, we did get a flag on the live, which means we may get taken down here soon. Hit that follow button before, you lose me forever. Also here, guys, if you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. And I have, speaking of, hey, Dean, I watched you for a long ass time. Just wanted to say it's a breath of fresh air to watch you advocate for the community. I appreciate you so much for the love. 1 second, let it pop up who that was from while our next guest loads in. 1 second, Zell. The notification should pop up at any point. Nicole, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love, as well as the message that you did attach there. Let's get a W Nicole in that comment section. W Nicole, I love you. Thank you so much for the love. But anyways, what's up, Zell? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Perfect. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why?
It's biblically immoral. Says it right there. Romans 1:26, Leviticus 1:18. It all condemns, homosexual.
So I gotta cut your mic there, just because when you say that phrase, my live gets taken down. I get your point, though. So go ahead and unmute that mic. Just be careful of your words. When you're referencing the LGBTQ plus community, just say the word lesbian. But you're essentially saying here that there's some specific verses in the Christian Bible that tell us being a lesbian is wrong, such as Leviticus 18 or like Romans 1. So yeah, I mean, there's two ways that I want to attack this. First, let's just assume that the Christian God exists. and
Hmm.
see if the scripture is reliable for telling us what is morally right and wrong in this context. And then why would we have to assume that the Christian God exists? We'll get your evidence for that. So, in the assumption that the Christian God exists, and in the assumption that the Bible can truly dictate what's morally right and wrong, I don't see any good reason to believe that Romans actually condemns being lesbian or non-straight as a whole. Because when Paul was writing Romans in the Greek Roman society of the time, the only forms of like homosexuality in which we would observe was generally prostitution and p3diophilia. Like two consenting adults of the same sex or gender engaging in intercourse was illegal. It was not socially practiced, and it was fringe as hell because they would be unalive for it. It didn't happen in that society. So
Hmm.
when we see like two members of like the same sex engaging in intercourse, it'd typically be an older man like paying for a younger boy prostitute to take his sexual frustrations out on. So if this is what Paul was condemning, then why would we assume that it was wrong because it was same sex? I feel like it is more reasonable to assume that it was wrong because it was like something along the lines of prostitution or p3diophilic. All right, then you did name another verse there, Leviticus, and I really want to talk about that. Okay, so do you think that Leviticus is an accurate description of what's like right and wrong, what's good and bad?
To an extent.
It's okay. So like when Leviticus 25 verse 44 through 46 tells us that chattel slavery is completely chill, I mean, you'd see that as being accurate?
No, not at all.
Okay, so if you could cherry pick out the parts of Leviticus that say slavery is right, why can I cherry pick out the parts of Leviticus that say being lesbian is wrong?
Because it's different when you're just taking a statement straight out of context.
Oh, no. I am not taking Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46 out of context. Would you like to read them out loud for us, Mr. Christian?
I ain't got my Bible with me.
Oh, don't worry. Neither do I, but I happen to have it memorized. So it reads as follows. You are to buy your male and female slaves from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living amongst you and the members of their clan born in your nation. You can also bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and you may own them as slaves for life. So there's a couple things that we know here. Slavery, as deemed by God to be morally acceptable, was one human owning another human as property for a life, even so far as to say that if the master dies, the slave would be passed down as property to their child. And then earlier in Exodus, it actually tells us that the masters could beat and whip their slaves as long as they recovered in 3 days because they're their property. So how exactly am I taking this out of context, though?
Well, no, you got me there.
I did get you.
No,
I really did.
and I commend you actually for being able to memorize specific verses out of the Bible and things like that. I recently started my walk with God, and I'm trying to get the word out.
Oh, well, do you want to get the word out about 1 Samuel 15:3, where God commends ethnic cleansing and genocide? So this would essentially mean that you don't think that ethnic cleansing and genocide are always wrong, but then you'll turn around and you'll say that two women holding hands sexually is. Another just absurd, extreme statement. And remember, this is all in the presupposition that the Christian God exists to begin with. So, like, my next point would just be merely asking you, well, the Bible would only hold the authority to really dictate what's objectively right and wrong if the Christian God were to exist. So, would you be able to give me an argument for the existence of the Christian God?
Go outside. That's all it took me. I looked around. I saw the flowers. I saw the trees. I realized I'm breathing in oxygen. I've got all these amazing senses. It didn't happen by chance.
Okay, so a couple things here. I feel like the most obvious response to this argument is, well, a Muslim could say the same thing. A follower of the Norse gods could say the same thing. A follower of the Greek gods could say the same thing. A follower of Hinduism or Buddhism could say the same thing. A follower of my new fringe religion called Christianity, which explicitly states in the religious text that it is not wrong to be a lesbian, could say the same thing. So this evidentiary standard can be used to justify literally any religious beliefs ever, including those that would not say being a lesbian is wrong. So I don't see how this would even get your damn foot in the door to justify that the Bible has the authority to dictate what's morally right and wrong.
The Bible is real. Praise Jesus.
So is your only evidence your faith?
Yes, sir.
Is
my
faith a
faith
reliable?
and my morals, but with that.
One second.
Go ahead.
Is faith a reliable evidentiary standard to dictate what's like true and false about reality?
I wouldn't necessarily say it's evidentiary, but I mean.
Okay, so in other words, you actually don't have any evidence or any reason to find the Bible to be accurate, and this like a buzzword faith is merely used to describe what you want to be true.
You okay?
Oh, I'm perfectly fine, sir.
Okay.
Nicole, I appreciate you for the $6.66 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. Let's get a W, Nicole, and a W666 in that chat. Thank you so much, Nicole. Massive W. If anyone else wants to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. Of course, it is never expected, but always appreciated. I get 100% of the proceeds over those platforms. I love y'all. Well, Zell, is there anything else that you wanted to go over to here today?
Not necessarily go over. I just, I've been watching the live for a little minute. You know what I'm saying? I'm watching all the hateful comments against me just for having my own belief. Like, I don't really that's the one thing I never understood is, I never not once expressed hate towards another individual or something. You know what I'm saying? Even though just because I believe in God, lesbian or whatever the case may be, you know what I'm saying? That's not going to make me want to hate that person just because they're like that.
So I don't know if you understand exactly what hate is. So when you make this statement, I don't hate lesbians, I just think there's some fact of their intrinsic character that is morally wrong. It shouldn't be the case, and they're less valuable because of that fact, and they may even go to hell. Well, I don't even know if this buzzword hate matters. The point is your beliefs, continue to perpetuate systemic forms of oppression, marginalization, and very real harm.
Who's being oppressed right now, though? Like, who's being oppressed right now?
Jenny, I appreciate you for the $15 on Venmo. Let's get a W, Jenny, in that chat. Thank you. Thank you for all that you do, Jenny. I love you. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W, Jenny, for the $15 on Venmo. Let's fucking go, baby. Thank you. Go ahead and continue, Zell.
No, okay. No, I'm just like, who's being oppressed right now? You know what I'm saying? The LGBTQ community has not been oppressed in, a little bit of time. I mean, granted, there's a couple people here and there will talk down on it, but I mean, you guys have a whole month now. You got T-shirts and Target and all this other stuff. You guys are not being oppressed.
Okay. Well, if the oppression doesn't exist,
if anything, Christians are the ones being oppressed right now. Which
So
I mean,
we'll
it
go
says
ahead and-
this is what's going to happen in the Bible too.
That's extreme. We'll get on to that point because I would like to discuss it. But I don't know. I want to start off with this question before I just kind of steamroll and steelman your argument here.
Mhm.
If the LGBTQ plus community is not, the victim of oppression, then why do you think I'm hosting this live?
Get a rise out of people?
Get a rise out of people. So, no, that's demonstrably false. I think it's evidently clear that historically speaking, and now that the LGBTQ plus community has faced legal forms of oppression, but now more predominantly social forms of oppression. And keep in mind, this is only in the context of America. Okay, so worldwide, I mean, gay men and lesbian women are being unalived for their sexual orientations. But even in America, where we face these social types of oppression, we have to recognize that the government as a whole, being 82% Christian, continues to uphold these norms, such as it's wrong to be a lesbian or marriage is only between a man and a woman, which impacts real harm. Like, there's current legislation trying to be passed in Florida that would try to ban certain teachings about the LGBTQ plus community, or even marriage as a whole. And then social oppressions in institutions such as schools, university, governmental institutions at all levels, or churches, etc., continues to perpetuate this hate. And more so, this notion of heteronormativity that is being upheld just by these Judeo-Christian beliefs as a whole, by the constituents of our nations, perpetuate real oppression against members of the community. And then on the second point there, you made the claim that if anything, it's Christians who are being oppressed. Do not confuse oppression with rationality. Okay, so my only issue with Christianity is that it is irrational to base your thought process and your moral framework off of how you think and feel with no evidence or justifying, belief, a reason. Sorry. So, when you make the claim that I'm a Christian and I'm going to use this damn book I call the Bible to make people, feel the wrath of my God, even though I don't even know my God's real and
No.
Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
I don't want to make people feel the wrath of God or make them feel condemned or send them to hell, but there is a certain way that, the Bible says that we should live our lives.
And I'm here to tell you that the Bible's a fucking lie, bro. Your God doesn't exist.
Then what about documented testimony of people who have said they've experienced the afterlife? Of all of these people who have had biblically accurate marriages, and somehow their marriage is able to outlast, anyone else's, all these other people are getting divorced. There's homosexuality, all these other things.
I can't even say that word.
But you don't see that within Christianity.
Okay, you want to know why you don't see that in Christianity? Because under Christianity, like these couples are not supposed to get divorced, so they just stay together while they hate their fucking partner, and the woman is generally subservient to the husband because that's what the Bible tells her she's supposed to do. She's indoctrinated by this damn book and to being like oppressed by her husband, and then doesn't divorce him. But see, when like marriage is legalized,
It's not
and
necessarily
feminism is on the Joe, shut up. When marriage is legalized and feminism is on the rise and women feel more empowered to voice their concerns against their partner, that's when the divorce rates go up. But this isn't wrong. This is more so people doing what they want to do instead of just experiencing the social indoctrination of a false religion that tells them that they're not supposed to do these things and stay complacent in their shitty marriage. Okay, so I don't see this as a good talking point whatsoever. You said another form of evidence is people that have experienced the afterlife. That's also not true. So when we die, we have this chemical called DMT released in our brain, and this makes us see and feel shit that's false. It's delusions. It's a psychedelic. And what the thing here is what we generally see with these afterlife experiences once people die and come back is they have an experience that would coincide with their preconceived beliefs or notions in which they would find to be true of what happens to us after we die. For instance, when a Christian goes through this, they'll see the Christian God. When a Muslim goes through this, they'll see like the God of Islam. When like a Hindu goes through this, they might see like their related deities, etc. But this has absolutely nothing to do with what actually exists.
If you don't mind,
the literal
can I throw in a few
psychedelic.
words? If you don't mind, so going back to what you're saying about whatever people or the DMT chemical gets released in the brain, I'm talking about people who never had any type of religious beliefs whatsoever, and all these people who have died, seen the afterlife, they're all saying
Why do they all see something
thing.
different? No,
they all say the exact same thing.
Give me evidence of that.
It's documented.
Give me evidence. Give me that documentation.
Why would I just have that type of documentation on hand?
So you actually don't have evidence. Go ahead and look it up. Go on pause and get the evidence. All right. When he's looking for evidence, chat, in the meantime, make sure that we're double tapping here. Make sure that we're also sharing out this live to a couple of friends here today. We're having some good conversations here, y'all. Then additionally here, folks, make sure to hit that follow button if you haven't already. I do have a little bit of a feeling like this live is going to go, down under here soon. Okay, well, he actually left. We're going to move on to our next guest. Let's go to see what our next guest, Morgan, has to say. Keep in mind, if we are in those guest requests, make sure that we do think that being a lesbian is wrong here, chat. Also, y'all, if you want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. Hey, what's up, Morgan? How old are you?
Hi,
Hi, what is your age?
I am 17.
17, all right. You got to be at least 18 to be in TikTok Live. I appreciate you for coming up. Lindsay, thank you for the $2 on PayPal. Lindsay says your verbal communication is impeccable. Lindsay, I appreciate you for that compliment, but it's something I'm always trying to get better at. Let's get a W Lindsay in that chat. All right, moving on. What's up, JD? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 18.
Nice. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
I don't, but I just had a really quick question for you.
Yeah, go for it.
How would you bring up valid debates or valid points during a debate without getting shut down? Because that is something I struggle with very, very much.
Yeah, you be kind of rude sometimes and very assertive with what you're saying. If someone does try to shut you down, you just make it very known that, that's not something they can do and they have to respond to you before you move on. Honestly, I've been doing this forever. That's the best way to do it. I do appreciate you for coming up, JD. I mean, like, there's maybe like less rude ways of going about it. You just got to be very adamant and repetitive, maybe. But like, some people may even like consider that rude. But yeah, we're gonna move on to our next point here. I usually don't take questions like that, but I don't know. I thought I would. Guys, make sure if we are in those guest requests, make sure that we do indeed think that being a lesbian is wrong. We're gonna move on to our next guest, Wyatt, here, folks. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Nice. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong, man?
I do.
Awesome. Why so?
I think that it's wrong for the other than it just being moral. I just think that it's wrong. I think that it's just wrong generally.
Yeah, why?
I think that sorry, excuse me. I think that it's wrong because I think that male and women are together to procreate.
Oh, really, Wyatt? Do you think that it's wrong for me to marry a woman that's infertile?
Definitely not. But I
Would
think
we
that's
be able
the
to
main reason
procreate?
why. What?
Would we be able to procreate?
No, you would not.
But you don't consider
Obviously,
it
there's an
wrong.
exception to these rules. There's always going to be an exception to these rules.
No, this doesn't sound like an exception to the rule. This just sounds like a double standard, hypocritical, illogical belief that you hold, and it just shows that you're prejudiced. So you're saying that it's wrong for two women to be together because if they are together, they can't like recreate through intercourse. But the same thing would be said about me marrying an infertile woman, but you don't think it's wrong. So therefore, this just shows, a logical contradiction within your stance, which just tells us that you're prejudiced, Wyatt.
Right. Okay, so then let me get you guys on another stance. So then what about the fact of having a man and a woman in a house?
What about it?
I think that it's very important that a man and a woman are, I think that they're both present in a household. I think
So that's actually demonstrably false. The stats disagree with you. So, I mean, I could give you a cohort of studies here that demonstrate that in terms of like raising a child, all that is required for like better outcomes than not is just two parents in comparison to one. It doesn't matter if it's a man and a woman and a woman, a man and a man. But like overwhelmingly what it states is having two adults in a household is better than one, regardless of their sexual orientation. There's no differences in like the parental outcomes of two like lesbian women or like a heterosexual couple.
Okay, so then we'll fight on the morals. Then, I think that it's wrong. Morally.
Okay, why?
I think that it's wrong because it says it in the Bible, multiple different places.
So name a verse.
Sorry, let me just pull it.
Oh, Wyatt, you can't name a verse. I'm gonna go ahead and give you the verses. I want you to do.
1 Corinthians 6, 9, and 10.
Go ahead.
It says that.
Okay, I can't hear you when you're on pause, Wyatt. I'll just ask you this question: how do you know that the Christian God exists in order to give the Bible like the
How do you know that we're
make
having this
objective moral
conversation?
claims? What? Repeat yourself there.
How do you know that we're having this conversation?
Because I'm actively engaging with it. I can perceive the conversation.
Well, there was actively people engaging and dying that God was God, right? That the Christian God was God, right?
So can you repeat that?
I said, sorry, my fault. I said that people died for what God and Christianity stand for.
People died for Islam. You think Islam's false, so therefore that's obviously not sufficient evidence to justify a religion as being true.
True.
So what's next?
Well, I do think that my God is true.
Yeah,
Honest.
for what
Obviously,
reason?
I'm still working on that.
Could you give any reason here?
That my God is real and... No, I can't.
Okay, I'll ask you a question. Do you think that ethnic cleansing is always wrong?
No, I do not.
Do you know what ethnic cleansing is? Dude, ethnic cleansing is the eradication and unaliving of a group of people because of their ethnicity. Do you think that's always wrong?
Oh, shit. My fault. No, I do not.
You don't think that's always wrong?
Oh, I do. Sorry. My fault.
Okay, then you think your God did a bad thing. In 1 Samuel 15:3 of the Christian Bible, he commands the genocide and ethnic cleansing of the Amalekites, telling Saul to gather his men and ethnically cleanse man, woman, infant, suckling, and child. So, yeah.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So God commands genocide and ethnic cleansing in the Christian Bible, specifically 1 Samuel 15:3. And if you think that this is always wrong, like wrong in all scenarios, then you think that your God did something wrong, which would contradict his nature of being all good.
Well, I'm not trying to get the point that you're getting. What are you trying to get at? I'm confused.
That I just gave you a contradiction in your God. You just said your God did something wrong, but if God were to be all good, he couldn't do anything wrong. So therefore, an all good God doesn't exist.
No. That's where free will comes in.
Kit May, I appreciate you for the subscription.
God gives you the free will to make your decisions, right?
No, Wyatt. He commanded genocide of a group of people. God did.
So, okay.
We're just going to move on to our next guest here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go and see what Paul has for us. Oh, boy. All right, guys. Jesus. But yeah, by the way, for everyone watching, here later tonight, I'm going to go get a dinner with my girlfriend as well as Ian and Danny and Danny's wife. It's going to be so much fun. We've all met up here. Everyone kind of found their way out to Colorado, so we're going to have some fun with that later. That's going to be awesome. What's up? How old are you?
18.
18, nice. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
I do. I tried to join earlier, and I've always thought these things take like 1,000 followers or something. Finally got in. All right.
Sure. So why do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Also, I was trying to join during the man being followed by a woman, which I would also say it depends on. But I know this is about lesbians. Biblically,
According to the Bible.
Yeah, and
I've talked to like
sorry.
4 Christians in a row. I kind of want a different argument. I'm sorry, man. It's like, guys, I don't know about you, but for the people watching, maybe you would like agree with me here. When I'm just addressing the same argument back to back to back to back to back, it's really annoying. Like I just addressed the Christian argument 4, 5, 6 times in a row.
They realize.
Hey, so you're actually the man that came up in here last time and screamed the N-word, so now I'm gonna kind of hold your face to the fire here. Coop, I do not want you to leave the live. If you leave the live, this is just gonna be you being a beta male and running away from a conversation with you know, a weak liberal soy boy. So I want to go ahead and play a bit of a game show with you, Cube. I want you to go ahead and give me one single fucking reason why being a lesbian is wrong. And I don't want you to slur. I don't want you to insult. I just want you to try to be an intellectual here. So let's see what you got to say, Cube. Let's hear that reason. Do you think he knows how to unmute his mic, chat?
Here, nigger, 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 nigger.
All right, he can't do it, bro. I'm so sorry. I should have known. That's on me. I should have known. I'm sorry, guys. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest. That's actually my fault, bro. Sorry, guys. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest at this point, y'all. Make sure if we are in those guest requests that we do think being a lesbian is wrong. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 18.
18, sweet. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Well, first of all, I want to ask you, do you think morality is subjective or objective?
I don't know. I used to think it's objective, kind of agnostic might be
Okay, so if it's
Doesn't
subjective,
matter.
why would you want people to come here and say their opinion? Why it doesn't even matter if it's subjective.
Okay, so I'll just say that morality is objective because I don't really like this
All
weird
right, good.
meta-ethical
So
combo.
where
Like,
does
it's
your
just so
morality?
irrelevant.
Where is it based? Irrelevant. It's literally relevant. Where does your morality base on?
I don't know, some objective standard somewhere.
What? Can you
An objective
elaborate?
standard. Well, I don't know
Elaborate.
what the objective standard is, but we have ontological proofs for, you know, discerning and recognizing objective moral
Ontological
truths.
proofs. Keep going. Keep going.
Okay, sir, I'm just gonna be fucking honest.
So the first time you actually get challenged and you don't know what to say, you get panicked.
No, so I'm an ethics student. In
Yeah,
ethics,
I
we
don't
have-
care. Can you just answer me? Where do you base your morality since it's objective?
Okay, so I am going to answer you, but I would
Good.
like to be able to speak here. So
All
I'm
right,
an
speak.
ethics.
Come on.
I'm an ethics student. I study philosophy, and in
That's
philosophy,
irrelevant. Can you please tell me where you base your morality on? No need
So
to rant on random stuff. I don't care.
it is not irrelevant, and
It completely is. I don't care where you studied. It doesn't matter. Just give me where
No,
you base your morality
I
on.
plan to demonstrate how it is relevant, but you gotta calm down.
All right, come on. You don't have to rant. You can't just say, "Oh, it's relevant." It's not relevant. Where you study doesn't matter.
Okay, so I will go ahead and demonstrate how it is relevant. Because you can't calm down and or control yourself, I will have to control you for yourself. So yeah, I'm a philosophy student. I study ethics. And in ethics, we have this field of study called meta-ethics. And meta-ethics is basically discerning where like morality comes from, regardless of, you know, like what is right or wrong. It's more so like where does this right or wrong come from? So there's like a couple positions here. One of them is like moral realism, like moral objectivism or like subjectivism. And like regardless of like what your framework is, regardless of you're a subjectivist, regardless of you're an objectivist, I'm more so focused on if you think being a lesbian is wrong, and if so, for what reason. It doesn't matter if you think that this is subjective reason. It doesn't matter if you think that this is objective reason. All that I care about is the logical consistency of the reason in of itself. So, like, I will not be testing your reason for its subjectivity or objectivity, but rather testing it for its logical consistency. Because regardless of like your meta-ethical framework is subjectivism or objectivism, if there is not logical consistency within it, well, then it's going to be invalid by virtue of it not being logically consistent. So, like, without discussion on meta-ethics, maybe you could just tell me like your reasons why you think being a lesbian is wrong. You could unmute now. But by the way, I'm a moral subjectivist.
Okay. So you just you didn't even answer the question. First of all, wait, can you hear me? Hello?
You're asking me if I'm a subjectivist or an objectivist.
Can
I'm
you
a
hear me?
subjectivist.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, why are the comments saying I'm emotional? Why this guy was literally said piss Christianity as a way to mock Christianity?
Oh,
Why
dude,
are
you
you
are
mocking?
so emotional.
Why are you mocking Christianity? I just want to ask that. Why are you mocking it?
Yeah, so I'm particularly mocking Christianity as a form of a counter argument to show you the absurdity within some individuals' arguments to prove
Yeah,
that
that
it's
makes
true.
no logical sense. But nice
Well,
rant
actually,
about not answering the question.
it actually does make logical sense because the specific point of Christianity is to show that if like an individual were to justify their Christianity on the basis of like personal testimony of like individuals that might have like observed resurrection or even died for their religion, well, then we can just conceive of Christianity, which would like have like the same eyewitnesses given to people in chat, which then can test it. So it is a logical rebuttal to Christianity, given some counter arguments. I'm glad that you let me get that
Yeah,
out. So go
no need
ahead.
to mute me. I know you're a little bit panicking a little bit right now, but you don't
I'm
need to
not
mute me.
panicking. I just have to mute you to be able to
be a
speak.
little. Since I heard you said you did this for a long time, as I can see, you clearly don't know basically anything about Christian arguments. You just go, oh yeah,
Okay.
what is your proof for God? That's all you just resort to when people say, I believe it's wrong because of Christianity. That's what you resort to. But you believe morality is subjective. So I was like, what the hell? All right, come on. Tell me where does objective morality come from? But you won't answer that.
Okay,
That's just
so I mean, yeah, so I think that subjective, like morality is subjective. However, you could be an atheist and uphold objective like morality. Like the one argument
No, you
against
can't.
this is, you can allow me to finish.
No, you can't. Go
Okay,
ahead,
hey,
prove it.
hey, yeah, because there's these things called transcendentals, or which are like objective
Transcendental, yeah.
which are like these objective properties. And in order for you to like make the assertion that these would be like somehow incongruent or contradictory with like an atheist worldview, you'd have to posit the explicit contradiction, which
What are
is
you?
not
I'm sorry, but you have
existent.
no idea what you're talking about. I'm so sorry, but you have no idea.
Oh
What you're
man,
talking about.
so
There's
then
nothing about
prove me wrong.
contradictory. You're literally have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
You're
but
so
can
annoying,
you just?
bro.
It's very simple. I make my claim lesbian is wrong because
why?
of Christianity.
Okay, so
That's
yeah,
the
I have an
reason.
issue.
But
I have
then
a
you
couple
go,
issues
oh,
with Christianity. Can I
yeah,
tell you
you
them?
have issues with Christianity, but it's very simple. A lot of people don't like lesbian because first of all, it's kind of like our instinct. Like when we see
Wait, real
that,
quick.
it's
Nathan,
like,
thank you for the $6.66 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Nathan. Let's get some W Nathans and some W666s in that chat. I appreciate you so much for the love. And Fab, thank you for the $6.66 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Fab. Let's get some W Fabs and some W666s in that chat. Go ahead and continue, bro. I'm so sorry. Got it done.
Yeah, so basically, I was saying you have no idea what you're talking about. You don't know what objective morality is. And I base my morality on Christianity. Very simple. You have no basis for it, and you just don't know what you're talking about. It's very simple.
Okay,
If you could just
so
tell
you should
me
be able.
where,
Wait a sec.
it'll be
Katie,
nice.
thank you for the $6.66 on
Guy,
Venmo.
bro.
Shut up. I'm getting a dono. Shut up.
Oh,
Katie,
shut
thank
up.
you. Shut up.
Shut up.
Shut
You're
up.
mad. Look at you.
Katie, thank
Look
you
at
for the $6.66 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. W666 in that chat. W Katie in that chat. Sorry, man. I got a dono. So, anyways. So, I mean,
Shut up. Shut up. Anyways,
gotta
come
dono.
on.
I
Tell
gotta
me
thank-
where
I gotta
the
thank my gifters.
don't act all smart and stuff. Just tell me where the
You're
morality
so
comes
fucking annoying. Can I speak now?
from. You literally can mute me. You mute me so many times. What do you mean?
I know, but I want to try to be cordial and not
You're
have to do
actually
that.
like you're just such a shame. Like to just see somebody like this.
Okay,
No idea.
are we ready to debate, or do you want to continue with the
2,300
personal
viewers,
insults?
all these comments. Look at all these comments, man. All these lost people have
Can
no
I-
idea what they're
can I-
talking about.
okay.
Come
So
on,
this is
speak.
why
Come
I'm
on, tell
muting
me why. Listen, the reason I'm not like letting you speak is because every time you speak, you don't even make sense. Literally, what you were just saying, literally.
Yeah, that's a fucking comprehension issue, buddy. That has nothing to do with my
No,
intelligence. So, anyways, I will just go ahead and resort back to muting you. I hate to do this. I literally fucking hate to. Just control yourself, bro. So, here's my main point here. So, you're gonna say like it's wrong because of Christianity. However, I see no good reason to assume that the Christian Bible has the authority to dictate what is morally right and wrong, unless the Christian God were to exist. So, I just simply ask you, can you give me an argument in which would prove the existence of the Christian God?
Well, yeah, that's a different topic, but I can.
It's
I
not.
also would argue about that, but this TikTok live is about why is it wrong.
So, I mean, I've
you
already
don't-
explained this to you. So, like, in order for the Bible to hold the authority to dictate what's morally right and wrong, it's necessary that the Christian God exists. Because if the Christian God doesn't exist, then the Bible, by virtue of that fact, would not hold that authority. So we wouldn't care about the text written on page by man. So you would have to demonstrate sufficient reason for us to find the Christian God to exist in order for this moral claim that being a lesbian is wrong because the Bible says so to be relevant. So now please give me an argument to justify the existence of the Christian God. Stop running.
I would like to get there if you actually let me finish and stop muting me. And
Dude,
getting
I
all
literally
emotional.
asked you for an argument and then I fucking sat back and let you talk and then you just went on this ramble about how it's not relevant. Don't fucking lie and say that you'd like to
Don't
get there
need
if
to
I
be
just let
all
you finish.
emotional.
So go ahead and give me the argument.
No need to be all emotional. First of all, I'm asking you, where do you base your morality from?
So you can't do
But
it.
you're
Hey,
not-
Aaron, I appreciate you for the $6.66
You're not answering me.
on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love. So yeah, so
I hope everyone in
based-
the comments realizes that you're not answering my question.
Yeah, so I have actually already answered your question.
No, you haven't. Don't
So
lie.
I first
Don't lie.
posited like a sense of objective morality, and we could use like Michael Humer's.
Where do you
ontological-
base it from?
Okay, so 1 second, I'm still speaking. Crow, thank you for the $6.66 on
speaking.
Venmo.
Yeah,
I
you're
appreciate you
speaking.
so much for the love. Thank you so much, Crow. W Crow in that comment section. So yeah, if we were to go from like an objective basis, we could use like Michael Humer's ontological proof for like moral realism. Then I'd probably like uphold some normative framework of like threshold deontics. I like Ross's prima facie duties. Me personally, I pulled a subjectivist framework of morality, meaning that morality is just a mere extension of our preference. And I'd use, once again, like a normative framework of like prima facie deontics.
Morality
Giving
is
you-
subjective,
I have
and it's
given
our
you a basis
preference?
for my argument. So now that I've answered that question, go ahead and give me an argument for the existence of the Christian God. If you can, I'm kicking you and moving on. So, fun.
No need to try to run away from this.
I'm not,
You
bro.
said-
You're the one running. You're the one
you
not
just
giving me
said
the
you base
argument.
it on a subjective morality where it comes
Yeah.
from preferences. Did you just
Yeah.
say that?
Sure did.
It comes from preferences?
Yep.
Oh, okay, beautiful. So why would I explain it? Why would I explain why it's wrong? I just, oh yeah, it's my preference. Lesbian is wrong. It's my preference.
Yeah,
How
because
does
we should
that,
have
like-
because we should have descriptive justification for our preferences.
Okay, my justification is God.
Mm-hmm. So
What
now
is
give me
yours?
an
Can I
argument
ask
for the
yours? Can I
existence
ask
of the
yours?
Christian God.
Can I ask yours?
Justification for what claim exactly?
For your belief that it's right.
Okay, so
Can you,
first
like,
of all,
tell me
I
how
do.
it's
I don't.
good?
I don't hold
Go
to
ahead.
like the claim that like being a lesbian is like morally right. I also don't hold to the claim that being straight is morally right. In fact, I think that like being a lesbian, being straight, being gay are all going to be like merely permissible in the sense
Also,
that they're
you-
not
you believe
concerned
it's
by or
normal.
of. 1 second. That they're going to be merely morally permissible and they're not concerned by or of morality in of itself. Very similar to like picking up a rock off the ground. This isn't necessarily morally right or wrong. It just simply is. But now that we've understood that to be the case, you said that the grounding for your belief that it is wrong to be lesbian would be the Christian God. So I will ask you one last time to give me an argument for the existence of the Christian God. If you can't, I will just give you my argument against the existence of the Christian God. But don't run.
Please stop running, please. All right, so imagine
What am I running from?
I'm an atheist, all right? Let's imagine for the sake of the argument, I'm an atheist. I
Oh my
come
God,
on
you
here
can
and
do
I said, let's...
All right, he can't give me the argument. So I'm just going to go and give him my argument
Oh.
against the existence of the Christian God. So here's my two premise argument against the existence of the Christian God. The first premise is, if the Christian God were to exist, proto evils would not exist. The second premise is, proto evils do exist, and the conclusion is, the Christian God does not exist. So in order for the conclusion to be false, one or two of the premises must be false as well. So which premise of my argument do you reject?
Yeah, I didn't hear nothing of what you said. So back to what I was saying. Imagine I was an atheist and I came up...
Let's get some baby bottles in the chat for this crybaby yes. Like, I mean, I asked him 4 times for an argument for the existence of the Christian God, and then I gave him an argument against it because he was running away. He couldn't engage, so we're moving on. I don't have time for these clowns. Let's get some baby bottles in that chat. What's up, Jones? How do you...
I'm 19.
Perfect. Kip, thank you for the $6.66 on Venmo. W Kip. Kip says, goat. I appreciate you for the love, Kip. Let's get some massive W Kips in that chat. 19, sweet. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yes,
Awesome, why so?
because of Christianity and Islam.
Okay, so you can't be a Christian and a Muslim at the same time. That was the most incongruent sentence I've ever heard.
Okay, I mean in Christianity.
Okay, so name a verse in the Christian Bible that tells us being a lesbian is wrong. Okay, so in fact he can't, and now he's gonna leave. Makes sense. All right, moving on to our next guest. I saw a silly little commenter saying I couldn't handle the smoke. Yeah, Dean can handle the smoke. In fact, Dean asked that guest 4 times for an argument Gonna give it. So I gave an argument against his position. He couldn't rebuttal it. So I left. I left him in the dust. It's gonna move on to Jamie. Everyone give us a minute. Yeah, I fucking crushed it. Hey, what's up? How do you? Alright, Jamie's not here. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest. Never seen a guest lose harder before, so based. Yeah, they come up here and all cocky and shit, but I'm just like 10 times smarter than them, so. Yeah, no, that's how it goes. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Perfect. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, why so, Mac?
To be honest, I love you so much, Dean. I want to fuck you in the butt. Fuck you, bitch.
Alright, it actually does not sound like he thinks being a lesbian is wrong. That was a very stark jump. Okay. Wow. That was a jump right there. We're going to go ahead and move on to Guru. That was a ideological jump. Okay, guys. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 38.
38, sweet. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Actually, I don't consider the fact.
Awesome. Moving on to our next guest. If we're in those guest requests, make sure that we do specifically consider it wrong to be a lesbian here, folks. We are just looking for some debates today. If you do want to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio here today, chat. What's up, Cade? How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
Why does that matter?
Because you're not actually 18. I'll feed us in the chat. I'll feed us in the chat while we load up our next guest. Alexis, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. I see your attached message. No way. Did it like say that on its profile? But W Alexis in the chat for the $6.66 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Alexis. You guys are so kind. I'm taking my girlfriend out to a dinner later, and you guys are helping paying the bill. Love y'all. Like, actually. Fucking W y'all. Huge W donors, guys. What's up? How old are you?
I get made fun of for being gay.
I'm sorry, man. I didn't kick him, but he was young. Ryan, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for the love, Ryan. Let's get a W, Ryan, in that chat for the $5 on Venmo. Damn. I mean, he was a fetus, so he could have been joking. But if he wasn't joking, damn, bro. I mean, yeah, that's why we're hosting these lives, man. What's up, Red? How old are you? All right, Red isn't here, bro. We're just going to start running through these guests because no one is here to debate. All right. Hey, what's up, Luca? How old are you?
I'm 19.
19, perfect. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
I'm like mixed about it.
26.
Basically, like,
I'm going to go with you instead, Joe. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
I'm going to say, oh, nothing. Sorry, I'm going to go to a different route.
Damn it, Joe. All right, moving on, bro. Alexis, thank you for the $6.66 on Venmo. Once again, I did see your message there. That was all of his reposts. That's fucking scary. Thank you for the love, Alexis. What's up, Christopher? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Perfect. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
I do.
All right, why so?
Biblically accurate.
Okay, because according to the Bible, can you go ahead and give me an argument to justify the existence of the Christian God in order to give the Bible the authority to make these moral claims?
Can you say that again? Hold on.
You know what? I'll ask this instead. What are the first 4 books of the New Testament?
How does that have to do with the argument?
Oh, because you're basing it off of your religion, but then you don't know shit about it. So in other words, you're turning Christianity from a symbol of peace into a weapon of hate to ignorantly distribute your prejudice onto the masses. Embarrassing, brother. Can you name one verse from the Christian Bible that tells us being a lesbian is wrong? No, he can't. Moving on to our next guest. Well, that was quick. We got that taken care of. Let's go, baby. All right, moving on here. Moving on. Hey, welcome back, Joe. Welcome back. Thank you for the crown kip. So do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
I'm going to have to say I don't neither believe that it's wrong or right. Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate you for voicing your opinion. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. We'll have this guy back up. We'll see if he could hang. We'll see if he could hang. Let's see if he's calmed down. Have you calmed down a bit, sir?
No, I'm just thinking about how stupid you were and how emotional you were. You had to kick me because you couldn't answer my question. So let me go back to what I was saying.
What
You don't have to
specifically?
kick me. This time actually
Hey,
answer
sir,
to what I'm saying.
what question did I not answer?
Okay, I was making the argument. Mid-argument, you muted me. So can I finish it?
Yeah.
All right. So what if I was an atheist and I came up here and I said lesbian is wrong?
Is this an argument or I debate you?
Answer me. No, answer me. So then I can make the argument.
I would debate you.
Can you answer me? Imagine I'm one. Answer me.
Why?
Because I feel like it's wrong. It's my preference.
So what's the relevant distinction between you and a fucking Nazi or a white supremacist?
No way. That's actually called the ad hominem fallacy. So could you please respond to me? It's because of my preference. It's my subjective morality. Can you answer me why I'm wrong about that?
So once again, that's not a ad hominem fallacy. An ad hominem is
if you call me, hey, no. It's or tu quoque if you're attacking something that's completely irrelevant.
Okay. So first of all, it's not an ad hom because I'm not attacking a part of your character to make your argument seem less valid. More so, I'm asking you for the So more so, I'm asking you for the relevant distinction here. Because like the thought process of like a Yahtzee or a YT supremacist and their determination that it's like wrong to be black or it's wrong to be Jewish, etc., is going to be merely on the basis of their own preference, which we could call prejudice. Okay. Without any further justification.
Could you answer me, please?
So if you're just going to say that like you think it's wrong because of your preference, well then what is the ideological distinction between you and your formulation of your belief that being a lesbian is wrong and a YT supremacist and their formulation of the belief that it's wrong to be black?
All right, so first of all, I'm not debating that right now. This is about being lesbian, being wrong. You can stop being irrelevant, please, and be a little bit more relevant.
Chad, did I explain to you how that was relevant? I mean,
So
I feel like I've demonstrated how
just-
that's
What is the
relevant.
difference? What is the distinction between your argument and your ideas? Like that literally makes no sense. Literally.
Okay, maybe I could
You
explain
just
it
try to-
again.
No. You try to sound smart by saying all these things, but you genuinely do not make sense. I know these words, and they genuinely do not make sense. Literally, no.
Okay.
These
So
comments
I'll-
probably like, oh my gosh, look at him, he's destroying him. Smart words. Oh, actually,
So
you're just making.
I'll explain that again. So you said that you think it's wrong because you just have this preference. So I'm gonna say that this is the same.
Subjective. Yep. Subjective morality. Come on.
This is the same. Well, even under objective morality, you just have a preference.
No, subjective. Subjective.
Okay. So
That's
if
my-
you're just saying it's wrong because you have this preference, well, this is going to be the same line of
Oh
reasoning.
my gosh, I just got a warning.
Yeah, no fucking shit you did. I mean, listen to you.
I
Wine,
mean,
coke,
you
and
can make
cry.
fun of Christianity, nothing happens to you. You know, that's how it works. But anyways, keep going.
So yeah, you're basically making the argument that it's wrong to be a lesbian because you just feel like it is. I feel like
Yep,
this is the
just
same thing
subjective morality.
that a YT supremacist would say about their racism.
Okay, that's my preference.
So-
Is there anything wrong with that? Since you believe in subjective morality?
I'm asking you what the relevant distinction is between you and a YT supremacist. Can you give it to me?
YT that has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with my.
So
what
I've
argument.
demonstrated the conceptual relevance of this question 3 times now. Do I need to demonstrate it a 4th? And that time he just left. I had my hands in frame the whole fucking time. Dean W's in that chat for silencing the most insane, angry bigot that we have had on this live in a couple weeks. Oh my god. That was satisfying as all hell, guys. I appreciate you for the cap. Let's go. Let's go. Kat, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Kat just said, WD. Let's go,
Hello?
W Cat. I appreciate you for that love. Massive W Cat for the $15 on Venmo. If anyone else wants to support me, my Venmo as well as my PayPal are in my bio. I could give you a shout out and read out a message on live if you attach one. Thank you for the hand arts. Massive W Cat. What's up, man? How old are you?
I'm 17.
All right, you got to be at least 18 to be TikTok live. I do appreciate you for coming up here. We are going to move on to our next guest here. Dang, dude, that was satisfying. I'm so glad I let him back up so I could absolutely silence the hell out of him.
Hello.
What's up? How old are you?
18.
Perfect. Do you think that being a lesbian is wrong, sir?
Yeah.
Why so?
Fuck you, fucking faggot bitch, nigger. Fuck
All right, they just came up here to slur. We're going to move on to our next guest. I apologize for their verbose language. That's fucking insane. All right, we got some emotional men. Let's get some baby bottle emojis, some crybaby emojis, and L emotional men.
nigger.
All right, well, another one, bro. Go feel free to report his account. Let's still get some more crybaby emojis. I do apologize for this. It is seriously just the emotional men coming up here and screaming slurs because they don't know what else to do. I could write a fucking book on this shit. I swear to God, it pisses me off. All right, we're gonna move on to our next guest here. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say. Yeah, y'all, I don't, man, there's a lot I could say about that, but I'm just simply gonna try to be reserved and move on and ignore it. Hi, how old are you? All right, Amber's not here. We're going to move on to our next guest. Make sure if we are in those guest requests that we do specifically think that being a lesbian is wrong. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say here today. Then also, Caden, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Caden says, "Hi, Dean. I love your content. It would mean so much to me if you could follow me back 1 second." Caden, for sure. Just DM me on TikTok. Let's get some W Cadens in that chat. Thank you so much for the love. What's up, man? You gotta unmute yourself.
W Caden, $10. That's awesome, man.
Hey, do you think that being a lesbian is wrong?
Yes, I do. And I believe that I have a strong argument that you don't hear often.
That's what they all say. Let's hear it.
Okay. I'm going to go about this from the angle of moral fertility. Now, I will preface this. I'm friends with many lesbians. I love lesbians. I don't consider them evil people at all.
Garrett, I appreciate you for the $6.66 on Venmo. W Garrett, you 666. Sorry, continue.
It's okay. I believe that the action of lesbianism
Blessing,
is
thank you for the
immoral.
$6 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Blessing. And hey, Blessing, I love you. W Blessing, continue.
In the same way that going out and getting blackout drunk is immoral, or doing drugs is immoral. Just small actions, or being lazy is immoral, where you're sitting on the couch for too long and you're not working or contributing to society. I believe that that is immoral. I believe that lesbianism is immoral.
That's not a word. Lesbianism is not a word. Just saying.
Okay, what's a good adjective then? Being a lesbian?
Jordan, thank you for the 1 penny on Venmo. Let's get a W, Jordan, for the 1 penny on Venmo. So you have like lesbian people, and then you have like lesbian intercourse.
Okay, what's a good word for the general sexuality or belief of being a lesbian? I thought that lesbianism
It's not a
is
belief,
a
it's
word.
not an ideology. It's being lesbian.
Well, I think that might be where we disagree.
Yeah, have you ever said straightism in your life?
I would say straight. Like, a person is straight, a person is a lesbian, you're not a straight. So straight is an adjective, lesbian is an adjective.
Okay, so
Right?
so regardless of the
think
semantics,
lesbian is-
lesbian is not a word. You have lesbian people,
Right.
in the same way you have straight people.
Right.
You can engage in lesbian intercourse the same way you could engage in like heterosexual intercourse.
Okay.
But I'm just simply asking you here.
Sure.
Go ahead and give me the argument.
For the purposes of this conversation, I'll use lesbian people. I believe that lesbian people are committing an immoral action because they are not contributing the biological duty of having children to a society.
Perfect. Jordan, I appreciate you for the 2 cents on Venmo. Go ahead.
I believe that the most moral thing that you can do is have a child, especially as a woman. I believe that one of the greatest sacrifices that a woman
Hey, yip.
can make-
Do you think that it's immoral to be celibate?
Do I think that it's immoral to be celibate?
Yep.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so do you think it's wrong to be Catholic priests because they're all celibate?
I believe that not having children.
Damn. Okay, he got flagged for hate speech and then got the lava flag as well. So, hey, just to put it out there, there's our first flag of the night. All that tells us is the next guest that comes up and says like these keywords that trigger the TikTok algorithm will get the live taken down. So I would now like everyone to direct their attention to the follow button, because if the live does get taken down, I will probably not be coming back tonight, and I will instead be going over to my second account. Can I join? Yo, Parker, join up. We're going to get Parker up in here for a little bit. Hell yeah. So everyone just give us a minute. We're going to try to get Parker up in here. Parker, if you could listen, join up. In fact, I think I probably need to text him back. All right, here we go, chat. So now, yeah, we're going to move on to our next guest here. We are going to go ahead and also get Parker up in here. He did just ask if he could join. So yeah, a little bit of a peen crossover. Hell yeah. What's up, man? How old are you?
I'm that person's so bad. I called them out a long time ago, but they never interacted. The right stuff, yeah. The right stuff. Oh, Trump, yeah. That's also applicable to Trump. You're right. Date right stuff, or yeah. I want him to join a live sometime. That would be fucking incredible. That would be incredible. That would be a great debate stream. All right, let me. let me he would never, unfortunately, I know, right? But he has like all the bad views, so I'd love to debate him. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 19.
For sure. Do you think that being lesbian is wrong or moral?
To a degree, I just think it's like it's not immoral. It's more like people like it's reproduction purposes, really. Like,
so you don't think it's wrong?
I think it's not wrong, but
okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna go look for people who think it's wrong. Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, man.
Only send a guest request if you do think that being lesbian is wrong or immoral. We are just looking for some debates. Casey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Linz. I appreciate the subscription. What's up, everyone joining in? Why is it not letting me accept? Oh, wait, it says no guest request. I tried to accept that person and it said no guest request. Oh, there we go. Yeah, what's up? Do you think that being lesbian is wrong?
Do you remember me?
Yeah, do you think being lesbian is wrong? Hello? Okay. This person is completely cutting out. Is it me lagging, everyone? No, I don't think it is. Zid, thank you for the $1. I appreciate another $1 another day. Let's go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I do hear you.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Okay, yeah. So, do you think that being lesbian is wrong?
Yes. You already know me on my views already.
I didn't know your view related to this. Is this God?
Yes.
You have a bit of an echo, man. Can you fix that? I can't really hear it very loud, but it's on your side, so you have a bit of a lag. I can clearly hear it.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay, sure. So, why do you think that your God exists?
What do you mean? I feel him. I know he's real, and I know that he created this world.
Yeah, like almost every person of every other religion says the exact same thing as what you just said. How do I know you're right?
This is different.
That's what they say too. So, how do I know you're right?
How do you know if I'm not right? I know he's real.
That's what every other person says. Now, can you give me any better reason? Because everyone else says the same thing.
Eyewitnesses, the Bible, everything.
What eyewitnesses?
I don't know. Have you not read the Bible?
You don't know? You don't know the eyewitnesses?
Yes, I do.
Who are they?
Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Jacob.
Yeah, so we don't even have, right, specific accounts for them actually being those people. Those are just the names we attribute to them.
Oh, wow.
Also, these particular things from the New Testament specifically, right, they come generations after. These things were passed down word of mouth, like me telling you a fucking story, and we all know how telephone works.
Oh, wow. You're so disrespectful.
How is that disrespectful? Appreciate the money, guys. Thank you so much.
My religion. You're disrespecting my religion.
Are you being for real?
Yes, I am being for real. How can you say that about my religion? Like how? How is that even possible, Parker? Like you don't even understand.
Can you stop disrespecting Satanism, please?
No, because it's wrong. Why would I not?
They would say you're wrong.
No, it's evil.
They would say you're evil.
You like evil?
They would say, do you like evil? You realize you're not saying anything of significance, right?
Satanism is evil.
Yeah, and they would say Christianity is evil. You understand that you're just opposing views, right?
How is Christianity evil? Explain to me that.
Well, they would say because you guys defend an individual in which commands genocide.
Really?
Yeah.
Appreciate
this so... Thank you so much.
That's like...
Isn't that a pretty good reason to believe you're evil?
No.
Yeah, that sounds like pretty decent reason to me.
Explain to me, because I didn't.
So why is the Satanist wrong and you're right?
Because the Satanist is evil. They killed, steal,
well, they would call you evil. So how does that make yours?
So killing's right. Killing's right.
No, dude, you're the one who has to argue that.
Okay, so in the Bible it says the devil comes to kill, steal, and destroy.
Yeah, and you know what God does as well?
He gives.
Can you wait, traditional American? Can you read Numbers 31:17 for me, please?
I don't have my Bible right now on me.
You don't have a Bible on you? Do you have a second device you could look it up on?
I don't trust the Bible. I don't trust the Bible. It can twist the words on the device. I
No,
trust my
you
hard
can
copy.
pick, dude. You can pick which version. Are you really serious? You can pick which version. So whatever hard copy you have, you can pick the version of your hard copy. Holy fuck.
Hold on.
Yeah, Satanists typically, everyone, are not theistic. I don't know what's going on with this guy. He's looking it up, everyone. He's looking it up. Do give it a second. Everyone tap that screen, share the live as well, everyone. Hopefully we can get some push out on the stream. This stream is not really pushing
So
out.
numbers, you say what was the chapter?
Oh, 31:17.
31:17. Let's see. Hold on, let me go back to my Bible.
Yeah, and then just read it off for the class. We'd love to hear it. Just give a minute, everyone. Do 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 do. Bow 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 bow. Teacher Parker, self real. What's up, everyone? What's up, class? Imagine no, I'm not a teacher, bro. That's crazy, bro.
Okay, so like I'm on numbers 13, and what chapter did you say?
I said 31:17.
31:17.
Yeah. Derva, I came up with that first. Bro, people always say I'm copying people when they got it from me, bro. Like I'm like, dude, wait, where you been, bro? Where you been? What are you talking about? What's up, Sig? So studious, I know, right? Like, you know, we're so studious outside of college, right? You know, Professor Parker.
Okay, there was nothing wrong with that. He just asked for killing all the boys and the women that had sex with men.
Oh, wait. So can you read the second part after that?
Why not?
And you think that's okay? By the way, that's crazy. I'll read it off if you don't. I want you to read it off for the class. He's like, oh, that's okay to kill those people.
Because of that, a disease killed everybody. That's the reason why.
All right. So what does the second clause say?
To kill the boys.
Thank you.
To kill them. Because there was a disease.
No.
There was a disease. There's a reason what happened. You got to understand.
Okay. So I'll read off it all because you won't. VT, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. I'm gonna read it off. Now, therefore, kill every male amongst the little ones, and kill every woman that hath known man by lying with him. But all the woman children that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves.
Amen.
Did you just say amen, bro?
Yes,
These are children. These are children. Okay. They're saying keep these children for yourselves so that you can marry them.
Go back before.
And you're saying that's a good thing? Are you kidding me?
Go back.
You're fucking crazy, dude.
Go back to the 2 chapters before that, and then we'll explain.
What context justifies taking little girls who are virgins for yourselves? What the fuck?
No, he said keep them to yourself. Do not, if they haven't done it with other people, keep to yourself.
No, they're literally saying, right, you can marry them. Keep to yourselves from marrying.
Okay. You're keeping away from marrying. That's basically what he's saying.
What'd you say? Say that again?
You're keeping them away from marriage.
Yeah, so they're marrying little girls, right? And that they literally stole from this group that they slaughtered. Like, and you're like, oh, yeah, no, that's so good. It's so good. You know,
you gotta read.
An all-knowing, all-powerful God, right? Yeah, that's so good. They definitely did this. What? Are you kidding me? You can't say it's okay to slaughter an entire group of people and then take the virgin women. Are you saying? So you're saying are the virgin girls, right? You're saying the non-virgin girls. We can just kill them too. Like
you're
what?
Reading it out of the You're reading it out of context.
I'm not reading it out of context.
Yes, you are.
What context am I leaving out? Thank you for the IC. Thank you so much. Like, what context justifies this as well?
Reading out the first 2 verses.
VT, thank you so much for the Desert Wolf. Thank you so much, VT. I appreciate it.
You're leaving out the first 2 verses.
And what first 2 verses make this better?
Before he said kill them all, what happened before that?
Tell me what justifies it.
Read it, and then you'll understand.
No, you tell me. You're the one who's claiming there's this mystical, magical context that justifies slaughtering an entire tribe
telling
and
you,
taking the
read the
virgin
first.
women, like, or
I'm
no,
telling you,
virgin.
read the.
Sorry, I can't say women. Literally, virgin children.
They're not what you're reading it wrong, Parker.
What context justifies this? Tell me.
I'm literally telling you, read the
Tell
first two
me.
chapters.
Clarify it
Read the first two
for me.
chapters. Read the first two chapters.
Clarify it for me. Did you read it?
Okay, you want me to read it or do you want to read
Have
it?
you read it before?
I have read this
Okay,
millions
so then
of
just
times.
fucking tell me. Speak it out.
Fine. You want me to tell you? I'll tell you. Give me a minute. I just got to remember. I got to refresh my memory.
He's got to refresh his memory. Yep, give him a minute. Dude, I can't. Unbelievable, chat. Unbelievable. He's got to refresh his memory. Let him Google it real quick. Unbelievable, dude. I can't do it, dude.
So, because it said, Moses said, why you have not killed the women, right? And because of that, because they have upset the Lord. They have made the Lord upset. And because of that, there was a bad disease that killed everyone. And then because of that, they had to kill them. Do you understand?
Say that one more time. That didn't make sense.
There was a disease. The Lord said, why you haven't killed the women? And he's telling you.
If it was a disease, why do you kill the non-virgin girls and you keep the virgin girls?
There was a
What
disease.
the fuck?
There was a disease.
What fucking disease? Why couldn't God just cure them rather than killing people?
Because he was upset.
Oh, okay, so him being upset justifies this?
They have committed a treasonable sin.
The little girls?
Everybody, not just them. Everyone.
So? We've done that now. Does that justify doing this to people alive today?
No, because that was the Old Testament.
Wait, but like that's still the same God, right? He's perfect and unchanging?
Well, you gotta understand, this was before Jesus.
But he's perfect and unchanging, right?
Of course.
If he's perfect and unchanging, then why wouldn't he do this now?
Because we have Jesus.
Yeah, that sounds like change.
Oh no, you gotta understand. This is what happened. So when Jesus was sent, right? You gotta follow me, because you're following me.
No.
Okay, follow me anyways. So before Jesus came, God was not forgiving like that. There was the law of Moses. Okay, you had to follow the law of Moses. Okay, you had Sabbaths. Okay, you had all of this. You had to follow the law of Moses. Okay, before that, after that, when Jesus came down to the earth, right? There was forgiveness. There was love. There was all of this because of the blood that he shed for us. You understand?
No, you said God is unchanging, right?
He is unchanging.
And
It's just God in a different form. That's all it is.
So is that not a change?
No, because God is God.
Is Jesus God?
Yes.
Is Jesus human?
Yes.
Is the Father human?
No, he's a spirit.
Oh, so there's differences?
You got to understand that the Holy Trinity is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Wait, are they all fully God?
No, they're not. They're not. It's okay. It's three. It's one God in three forms.
Yeah, but are they all fully God? Like each?
No, it's one God in three forms.
Oh, so there's parts of God?
You
So
can say
Jesus isn't God, he's part of God.
Jesus is the Son of God.
Did Dean just get banned? Are you fucking serious, chat? I was just about to go join him because my shit's getting fucked. What happened?
You understand?
No, it's incoherent.
How is that incoherent?
He got banned for harassment and bullying, chat. What the fuck? Sorry.
So
again, I was telling you that they can't, if you're saying that they're part of God, then you're okay with the statement that Jesus is part of God, not Jesus is God.
No, you gotta understand, it's God in three different forms.
So are they part of the whole, or are they the whole themselves?
It's the whole.
Okay, so they're the whole. So they're all fully God, right?
They're not all fully God. It's only one God, three forms of God.
Is Jesus fully God?
Yes.
Okay, is the Father fully God?
Yes.
Okay. Fully God is fully God.
One God, three forms.
Can you answer the question? Fully God is fully God.
See, you gotta understand God the Father, the body
Oh
was
my
Jesus
God.
Christ, and the ghost. You understand? The
I
Holy
just thought I'd
Ghost.
join you instead.
Yeah,
So-
no. I think
so
of a following glitch on this account, but
You have not been
or
to
on this
church in
live.
so long. You have not been to church so long that you need
Traditional. We're
you need
just
the Holy
clarifying this.
Spirit.
Can you hold up? Fully God is fully God. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. That means fully God is 100% identical to fully God.
It's the same God, three forms. That's
No,
all
I
it
just
is.
need an answer to the question.
Yeah,
Fully
sure.
Yes, fully God is 100% identical to fully God, which means
Sure.
there's no differences, correct?
No.
Oh, there's no differences?
No. It's
Okay,
one God, three
so
different
no
forms. I'm
differences.
telling you.
The Father isn't human.
The Father is not human. It's spirit.
Jesus is human. That's a difference. Therefore, they
he
cannot
was
both fully be God.
Jesus was part human, part God.
Oh, okay. So Jesus isn't fully God. He's part
He's the
God.
body. He's the body.
Is Jesus
Jesus is the
fully
body.
God or part God?
You see, you're not going to understand.
Can I word this in a different way?
Go for it.
Yeah, would you
God
say
the
that?
Father, God the Son,
Hey,
and God the
traditional.
Holy Spirit.
Would you say that Jesus is identical to God?
Jesus is God.
Okay, so in other words, like just using like more formal language, Jesus is identical to God, and you'd also say that like the Father is identical to God, right?
The Father is Jesus.
Okay, so
You're
that's
not gonna
I don't understand how that
You're
followed.
not understanding.
Okay, let's
You're not gonna
see if we could
understand.
follow my questions here and then see where it gets us. So,
So
you
do you
think
understand? Let me wait, but before you go on with your question, do you understand what the Holy Spirit is?
So he says the Father is Jesus, but then also says that there are differences between them. One's human, the other one's not.
Yeah, so this is
no.
So this is the only issue here.
What?
So you're saying that you're saying that Jesus is identical to the Father. However, if we could point out any relevant differences within Jesus and the Father, then they cannot be identical. So, like for instance, when you say that Jesus is human and the Father is not human, here's a property that you're applying to Jesus that you're not applying to the Father. So it would just be contradictory to say that they're identical to one another.
What?
A good example of this would be like saying
the person in the chat saying, "Beware, Parker's followers will look you up and threaten to ruin your name at your job."
I don't care.
A good example of this traditional...
that doesn't... When does that happen, Tyler?
You better not.
Sorry, go ahead, Dean.
No
that
worries.
person's so delusional.
A good example of this would be saying like a square is a triangle, because like you'd be saying that the square has four sides, but yet the triangle doesn't have four sides. Like a square can't be a triangle. This would be like saying that the Father is Jesus. The Father is not a human. Jesus is a human, so Jesus can't be the Father.
If you were a Christian, you would understand.
Okay, wow, Parker. I just thought that there was a better way to word it, but apparently not. This guy can't comprehend.
I'm telling you. Jesus
That's what I mean.
God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, no.
I genuinely thought that.
No, we've already had conversations with that guy. I just know his reasoning skills are pretty poor.
Yeah, he's been around forever.
Yeah,
oh, man. All right.
We've had the same issue plenty of times. Yo, it's a
dude, my life was going well. It literally got taken down right as you texted me.
I know. I literally was about to come over.
I'm glad that you didn't end first.
No, I should have ended because I need to restart anyway.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? Do you think that being lesbian is wrong?
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
Huh?
What's your birth year?
January 10th, 2006.
You'd be 19. Right? That'd be 18, right? Or am I tripping?
I wasn't listening. I trust your judgment.
19? Oh my god, no. Oh fuck, dude. My math has been so bad. I need to quit the live.
Should I have been listening?
I need to quit the live, everyone. I'm done.
Did he say January of 2006?
Dude, I'm going through full mental breakdown. Oh my god, dude.
I wasn't listening. If
My
you said
brain
January
is
of
my
06,
brain
it would
is
be 18.
cooked, chat. My brain is cooked, bro. Oh my god, I just had fetus math. I need to hit a restart on the live, Tina. You wanna
Yeah,
come back or
yeah,
it's
I'm
up to
gonna.
you?
I'm down. I'm down for a little bit, just because I'm fiending for some more debates. But then I'll probably do like a Q&A or maybe some battles, and then end for the day.
Okay, for sure. I'll see you, man.
Bet.
He has a degree in econ, so
3.
yeah. And do you think that being lesbian is wrong or moral?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, let me just ask you this. Or actually, let me tell you something first.
He's waiting.
Wow. Intellectual remarks.
Let's go, dude.
Best argument we've ever heard on the stream.
That's the
I actually
defeater
appreciate
right
that.
That was really good.
You got anything for us, bro?
Best reason to think it's wrong, right there.
I feel like you got my guests.
Best reason to think it's wrong, right there,
They
everyone.
were killing it, dude. Let's get some W guests, some Alpines.
The point is, there is no argument. Yosef, how old are you?
Hello?
Yeah. Oh, you seem old enough. Do you think that being lesbian is wrong or immoral?
Well, I'm 65 years old,
Hell yeah, Dan.
so I'm an old timer.
And do you think that being lesbian is wrong or immoral?
Basically, yeah, I do.
And why is that?
I guess, the way I believe and feel that God put us on creation to multiply and be fruitful and stuff. And how are you going to multiply and be fruitful if you're man and man and woman and woman?
I've got the perfect question for you.
I don't understand that part of it.
Yeah, so does God think incest is wrong?
Oh, shit.
I don't know what God thinks
You
is
don't know?
wrong. I think he does.
Okay, he does. So he wants us to be fruitful and multiply. He doesn't like incest. Now, Adam and Eve were the first two people on the planet, right?
Yes, sir.
So how are their children supposed to be fruitful and multiply without engaging in incest?
I don't know. I never thought about all that because.
But Dan,
if he only created two people, how did all of us come about?
and then additionally here, Dan, it seems like God intended them to commit incest because he's all powerful. He could have made reproduction viable via other means, but he didn't.
And
It
he
was
said,
necessary
hell,
for them.
I want to bring it back twice with the flood. He said,
And-
more incest, please.
More incest!
More incest.
More incest! So does God lovey-dovey-dovey, siblings doing the nasty?
I don't know myself. I think it's horrifying and stuff.
Oh, it almost seems like you have a standard of morality that
If
falls
you ask that
outside
for
of the
me-
scripture of the Bible.
Because first of all, I could imagine brothers and sisters having messing around, or father daughter, mother and daughter, mother and son, and all that. I mean, I just can't fathom it myself. I have children myself and stuff like that, and so yeah, it's like a really hard spot for me because I don't understand it and I don't believe in it myself. I mean,
Yeah, but it
how
seems
can
like
you
God wants it.
multiply and be fruitful if you're woman on woman, man on man? I mean,
how
you
can you-
can't do it. Can
you
you?
multiply and be fruitful without engaging in sin in this scenario if you're Adam and Eve's kids?
Uh-huh. Seems like they had to commit incest. I wanted to bring
And
up
also,
another
why do you
point.
need to reproduce? Did Jesus reproduce?
Did what?
Did Jesus reproduce?
I don't know what Jesus did. I
No,
wasn't
he
back
didn't
in
reproduce. So then why do you need to
when they did.
reproduce?
Huh?
So why do you need to reproduce if Jesus didn't?
Then how does everybody come around?
Well,
how did we get
that's
all
just
these
secondary.
millions of people with all these nationalities and everything if something didn't happen?
People
Danny Dan.
wanted to, but that doesn't mean they have to be straight. Go for it, Dean.
I got a question, Dan. Do you think that it would be wrong for me to marry a woman that's infertile?
Excuse me? Say that louder.
Do you think it'd be wrong for me to marry an infertile woman?
No.
Would we be able to reproduce, Dan?
No.
So it's not wrong for me to marry someone that I can't reproduce with. So why would you hold a double standard in the context of lesbians?
It's not. They can adopt children. That's wonderful.
So can lesbian couples.
Yeah, and that's great. And I don't have a problem with that. And if they can adopt kids that need to be adopted and stuff like that,
so being
and
lesbian,
raise them up, that's fine.
So
that's
being
wonderful.
So being lesbian isn't wrong so long as you adopt children.
I see the people's concerns in the chat about my mic being quiet. I'm just gonna plug it.
Do what now?
Do what now? Sorry, I don't know what I just said because that was really loud. Can someone remind me real quick? I said, wait. So then, wouldn't if lesbians adopt, is it then okay?
I feel it's okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So being lesbian is not wrong in that scenario.
No, I don't think so. As long as if they want children and they can't have children, I'm not.
So what's wrong here?
I'm not against lesbians marrying lesbians or gay marrying gay people.
Well, don't say that word on
That's
the
their
live.
own thing.
Don't say GAY, by the way, Dan. Just say like lesbian for boys.
What?
Yeah, because it's like TikTok has like a weird TOS thing. I don't know why it does this. We can't do that on live. People can say it in the comment section, but you can't do it on live.
Yeah, I'm
know why they do
honestly
that.
just really curious about this little double standard that you're applying here. So you're like, it's specifically wrong for two women to marry each other because if they do, they can't have kids through intercourse. But it's not wrong for me to marry an infertile woman, even though we wouldn't be able to have kids through.
No, he said it's okay if they adopt. So really, what I'm telling him then is that it's not being lesbian that you consider wrong. It's not adopting or not having kids. So it's not necessary that you don't have kids or don't adopt, given that you're lesbian or GAY.
No.
And
And I don't
additionally
have
here,
nothing against those people.
This is something that
I mean,
straight
they have
people
the
do as
rights
well.
like everybody else in the United States.
Yeah, but
they all got the rights to live their life.
Do you think they're doing something wrong though? That's what we're asking.
No, I don't think they're doing anything wrong myself.
Okay, all right. Well, we appreciate you coming up, Dan.
But because they can't produce, but they can adopt children and stuff like that, as long as they don't raise the kids to, be the same way, then how are we going to multiply?
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean be the same way?
Well, if you're both gay people, or
like you have to say GAY, remember?
Or whatever, I'm sorry, GAY or whatever they are, and they adopt these children and teach these children to be the same way. I mean, how is life going to multiply?
I would like
that
to
myself?
educate you on something real quick.
Can you elaborate on that?
Being lesbian, GAY, it's not the result of like social indoctrination or conscious decision. It's rather the result of certain like biological predispositions. So, as a little baseline here, there's some like neuroanatomical differences in the neuroanatomy of like a GAY man in comparison to that of a straight man. Like for instance, they have larger interior commissures, different traits of the hypothalamus, and even some associations along the genetic code. And it's impossible that the sexual orientation is taught or learned because you can't teach or learn different shapes, sizes, and functions of your genome or neuroanatomy. So all that this tells us is that it's not a choice, it's not taught, it's not learned, but it's rather just predisposition to be because of the way that someone's anatomy is organized.
And I understand too, a lot of those women and stuff like that actually get fraternal because they want children to be together with each other. So a lot of them get the fraternal because they can't have children together or whatever. So a lot of them go to those banks that they got those frozen genomes and stuff like that. And then they can get them and they can create a child for their family.
In vitro fertilization, what's the issue here? Your wording was just bad, but...
Well, that's what I was thinking.
What's the issue with IVF?
I don't think nothing's wrong with it, really. I mean, those genomes or whatever they are, they're there, right?
Okay. So
and they're
again,
there
you think
for
that
people to use.
you don't
There's
think that-
families out there that can't have children at all, husbands and wives and everything. And a lot of them I think that go to it. I don't know too much about it, but I think a lot of those people go to them to try to get some of them so they can have a child, by a frozen genome or whatever it is, or fraternity thing or whatever they do, things like that. But there's a lot of kids out there that are like in homes being abused.
Hey, Dan.
And all this is they need to be adopted. And there's millions of them out there, and sometimes, I feel sorry for those children. I've actually myself have went to a couple of those places in California on those homes where there's like thousands of them. And all they want is to have a home, and they just live in this big, like an encampment, like a reformatory encampment. It's from the people that was all just gave away. And they're all there looking for homes and looking for places to live and things like that. And it just broke my heart. I mean, I just went there and it just broke my heart. I just was just bawling and crying and feeling sorry for these children, and I just wish I could step up and help them out myself. But at being 65 years old, I can't do nothing like that, but I feel sorry for all these people. And then these kids are wanting a wonderful life. They want to be in our society. They don't want to be in that home or wherever they're at. I feel they're being jailed into that place.
Sure.
And nobody's wanting them.
All right, Dan. I do appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much for coming up.
All right, thank you.
I appreciate it. All right, let's get on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you think that being lesbian is wrong or immoral, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Also, happy Pride Month, everyone. Fucking W Pride Month in the chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
55.
Yeah, do you think that being lesbian is wrong or immoral?
Absolutely not, because I think I'm lesbian myself, Are you a lesbian?
Only send a guest request if you think that being lesbian is wrong or immoral. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Okay, bud. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will. Or no, stop, bro. I need to chill. Do you think that being lesbian is wrong or immoral? I'm so used to saying the Trump topic, everyone.
That's what I do with this topic when I'm running others.
Yo, what's up? Do you think that? How old are you?
40.
40?
Yeah.
What's your
I just
birthday?
turned 40. 84 May.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Do you think that being lesbian is wrong or immoral?
Before I answer that, I want to apologize to Dean for my reactions a couple weeks ago.
Derek, what's up, man? I don't remember.
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know. I said something stupid toward you, and I felt bad after a while. So I just wanted to apologize to you and stuff like that. So I do mean it, and nobody making me do this. I'm choosing to do it on my own. So.
Oh, Derek, I don't remember what you said, but you're all good, man. I appreciate you for saying that. I don't remember what happened, but all's good.
That's a good. And I'm really not too. Your question that you guys asked, and I don't really have an opinion on it and stuff like that. So I really can't say about it. So, but that's one reason I wanted to come up and do apologize. So.
Oh, thank you so much, Derek. I really appreciate that. That was very nice. Thank you.
W Derek's. Have a good one, my friend.
You too. I'll talk to you guys later.
Peace out.
Oh.
Yo, dude, W them.
That was very kind.
Yo, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
So y'all don't have anything to do besides sit on TikTok live and talk about your feelings?
How old are you?
That doesn't matter.
It does matter. I just want to know because I do want to be able to dunk on you.
Yeah.
Oh, you could dunk on me, but you can go get some money.
Just tell me how old you are so I can make, because you have to be 18 up and to go on the live.
Oh, I'm 20.
Oh, okay. So, yeah. So, do you think that being lesbian is wrong?
I don't care about that. I'm just asking you why you're on
Parker,
TikTok live.
well, Chase is mad at us here because he thinks that we have nothing better to do than to sit on TikTok and talk about our feelings. So, Chase, here's the
Seems
reality
like
of the situation. one second, man. So I just think that this shows us your ignorance, because specifically what we're doing is advocating for an underrepresented and marginalized group of society that has unjust prejudice held against them. And I don't think that there is anything wrong with what we're doing here. I think that it's quite productive and good for society as a whole. And the fact that you see otherwise more so just shows that you have a lack of education or maybe a high level of ignorance, and in contrast to kind of what we're doing here.
I love this hate.
And
Well,
wait, Chase,
I
what do you
appreciate
do,
it,
bro?
and you have a good one. Oh,
No, don't
I
leave,
work.
Chase. Do what?
Okay, well, isn't that what we're doing?
Not necessarily.
What do you
Just
mean?
sitting down talking on the phone.
Yeah, and what do you do at your
I
work?
know I ain't
You
Chase.
sit down and at a desk?
No, I walk every day. I sit at a desk too. I inspect solar farms, actually, if you want to know more.
Okay, so I mean, if you inspect, okay, so you do that, right? In the same way that you do that task, I do this task.
Exactly.
Okay.
But like
No,
we
I'm just
don't do
saying.
it we don't do it for them.
Why?
I thought that should be clarified.
Well, that's what this world is nowadays, so I just thought I'd let it be known.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
shit point.
Chase
Later,
had nothing good to add to the conversation. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do think that being lesbian is wrong or immoral, y'all. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 26.
Yeah, do you think that being lesbian is wrong or immoral?
Okay, all right. I don't, but I have one quick question for.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Really sorry. Join the Discord, please. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I am 21.
Yeah, do you think that being lesbian is wrong or immoral?
Yes.
Why, Sam?
Well, I also hate Americans.
Oh, Charlie's a troll. He comes up every day and says like the stupidest shit known to mankind. I'm not gonna lie. Like every day. Every day, bro.
Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello?
Elijah, hello?
In the arms of... We got Dean Guess.
Yo! If we're in those guest requests, make sure that we do indeed think that being a lesbian is wrong or immoral, and also
It's
make sure that we are at
Dean's
least
fault,
18 years old.
everyone. It's literally Dean's fault.
Yeah, you got the Dean guess, bro. You got the Dean guess. That is my fault. That is
We've
my
got the
bad.
Dean glitch. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Yeah, do you think that being lesbian is wrong or immoral?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
Well, so I'm going based off like the facts. Like they have to use like, strap-ons, stuff like that. So they really
They
not
certainly
doing the-
don't have to.
They don't have to, for sure.
But they
no,
can.
they
What's the issue with that?
usually do. They
What's the issue
usually
with
do.
this?
Wait, I have a question, United. Have you ever made a woman finish?
What do you mean?